Oh, that's right. I can do the thing where hold on. Let's see if that actually works. I, stop, stop. If I actually do that, is it going to, is it actually going to work? Hold on. This is a test, buddy. This is a test. Hey, look. There I am, but small. Hold on. Oh, that's spoilers. Oh my god. Okay. Cool. I'm testing to see if the Discord thing that it does now, or at least that it's done for the past couple of times, is still a thing where if you get into a call and you just start it and nobody joins, if it just continues to let you be in the call. Because if so, then this is cool. Hello, Draco Kraken. How you doing? You know, it's just occurred to me that I feel like I might have forgotten to like introduce the show at least like a few times now. Like I haven't said the name of the show or anything. Is that true, or is my mind playing tricks on me? Am I going insane? It's very possible that I'm going insane. Because I have no idea. Oh, goodness. Basically, we're going to wait for a little bit, let some people filter in, and then we'll get to the topic because it'll be a while until Boo gets here. And Aiden will not be joining us tonight because he has called himself out, which is fine for both of them. Let me time to pour out a blood libation for the god of the damned? Yes. Hey Lux, how's it going? So Wizards of the Coast is trying to move away from the word witch for religious reasons, and apparently has had talks about the words shaman and druid as well. I'm sorry. What? I'm looking this up right now. Witch? Wizard of what? No, I don't want to watch a video about it right now. That's not what we're doing. Sorry, witch is problematic now? Oh, here we go. Magic the Gathering head designer says Wizards of the Coast avoiding the term witch because it's a, quote, real world religious identifier, considering retiring druid and shaman for the same reason. What? How? Okay. Mark Rosewater has revealed that not only has Wizards of the Coast begun avoiding the term witch because it's a real... Right. Rosewater is served in current position... Shaman and Druid aren't creature types. What? Or are we talking about... Is that a, Is that the case in Magic the Gathering? Okay. Sorry, I'm reading. Yeah, okay. So this is for Magic the Gathering cards. Okay. Yeah. So okay. Druids are offensive to Wickermen. That's true. So, okay, so next up we're not going to have clerics anymore. Because that is a thing in Catholicism, right? Or is it Catholicism? Are clerics in Catholicism? Hold on. Clerics. Okay. Yes. Yes. Legionary clerics. So that's a thing. So get ready for cleric to go away. No knights allowed either. Well, so if we're going to go by the current, like, oh, this is a thing that's practiced in the real world as a religious thing, then okay. But like, do practicing witches, because let me be clear here. I know of a couple of people who are practicing witches, right? Like that's something that they do and they believe in, whatever, and that's fine. I don't care. But do they care about Wizards of the Coast using the term witch? Have they cared about people using the term witch for a long time? Is that, because wasn't it like Wiccans was like the thing that was like okay to use as opposed to witches, but they're a different thing, right? So when does this cross into D&D and we get the naturalist class? Yeah, well that's the other thing, right? Are druids practicing anymore? Is that a thing? Well, to be fair, I think to be entirely fair, I'm sure that a lot of people like there are a lot of people out there who still believe in the pagan rituals, and or not believe in them but practice paganism and all that kind of stuff. Like we're in the world of you can do whatever the fuck you want and not a lot of people are going to care, right? Unless you're literally murdering people, and then people are going to care a little bit sometimes. It depends on who you murder. So but like would druids, if there are practicing druids, care? I suppose shamans are a thing in the sense of some cultures still, though I don't know who refers to them as a shaman. Practicing shaman. This is an interesting thing to talk about right now. Shamanism. Is that a thing? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. I see. Well, there is some shamanism that is in some places of the world still. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just on Wikipedia and it says part of a series on witchcraft, and I'm like, oh no, wait a minute. Yeah, neo-pagan was Wicca. Okay. So then, well, so again, is it that big a deal? I don't know. The ancient druidic religion was completely destroyed by Rome, so anyone calling themselves a druid now is doing the New Age version. Yes. Yes, that is true. But they won't. The ones who might, like, actually have a problem with druids being used as a term in D&D would probably argue against that, right? Are we getting rid of cultists because it has been used as a negative term for pagan practitioners? I don't know, right? Like, I have no idea. It's the same with the if you remember the whole getting rid of the what was it? In Curse of Strahd, the Vistani, right? Because they had Romani characteristics, or at least stereotypes, which were associated with them in the real world at some point. Though, and that was like the gypsy thing, right? And they were removing that because they now are saying, oh, okay, so this is clearly like going to be insensitive to Romani people, right? And again, I don't know anything about, how they feel about it, but I wonder how much these people who are being protected do care, I just want to know, like, is it a bad thing that they are being sensitive towards a certain sect of people? Not really. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but again, I just need to know in a general sense how many people actually care, like who are a part of that stuff, right? I have my doubts that anyone outside of Wizards of the Coast has any problem with these terms being used for D&D. That's also my assumption, and the only other people that I can assume that have an issue are the people who are extremely obtuse and do not wish to have a conversation. They just want to yell at you. Yeah, they got rid of them when they removed Gypsy Crusade and Jihad from Magic the Gathering. Well, it's funny because Vampire the Masquerade has very strong, like it has Jihad in it. That's a part of it because the vampires are descended from the Middle East, so they have a bunch of terms. I'd have to get my book to find all of them, but Jihad is one of them. And Vampire the Masquerade has probably gotten some shit for it, but no one cares. Because it's not like we're saying, oh, Middle Eastern people are, vampires. No, that's not what's being said at all, and everybody understands that. Like, everybody's mature enough who's read Vampire, who's played Vampire, to understand what they're going for. So, it's just, I don't know. I wonder sometimes, is all. And who knows? What I'm saying might be incredibly insensitive. I don't know. I really don't. I'm not trying to be. So I guess I'm sorry if I am, but I just don't understand some of the stuff that's going on. And I know for a fact that Wiccans aren't against the term witch. That's actually what they prefer to be called. Really? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I know of some people who are practicing witches. One who I know of personally, who does some witch stuff, calls themselves a witch. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Do it. But I don't know. The real horror is the I don't know. I don't have a good joke for this. Very strange. Very strange. Doesn't Vampire have a disclaimer at the start of the book that says, hey, be an adult about this stuff? Yes. Yes, it does. It says, hey, there's some stuff in here that you might not like. Just be aware. Have a conversation with your players and everything. Yeah, Vampire is, like, mature. Vampire is great. I bought some official Vampire the Masquerade dice because Vampire is great. And I like supporting Vampire. And also Werewolf is coming. I don't know if it's out yet, but I got an email at some point that was like, hey, Werewolf is coming. Let me find it. Werewolf. Modiphius. Isn't that how? Oh, yeah, that. Yeah. This one? Yeah, Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition core rulebook is not out yet. Is it? I can buy it. There's a PDF version even too. I don't know if this is actually available yet. Anyway, I'm excited for that. I've not played any werewolf at all, but I want to, because werewolves and vampires are both cool, but I'm, of course, more of a vampire guy. I used to be more of a werewolf guy when I was young. Wasn't a lot, like, everyone had their sides, right? But, like, I was a lot more of a werewolf kid when I was young, but these days I'm a vampire man. Wizards must be nice. Instead, Wizards of the Coast removes that mind flayers have slaves because that's too evil. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, don't remember, everything is getting sanitized now. Fucking don't. Yeah, bad things. It's almost like the evil thing that does evil is evil. The funny thing is, though, is that the isn't, well, at least in the start, because again, I haven't finished the game. I haven't gone through a lot of the game for Baldur's Gate 3, but you were slaves in that to the mind flayers. Like, that was a thing. You were a thrall. So, like, they're evil. It's clear. It's pretty easy to signify that something is evil is say, hey, they do slavery things. And it's like, oh, okay, bad thing. Let's go after the bad guy. You know? Hi, everyone. Hello, Timothy. How's it going? We're just talking about new developments for Wizards of the Coast. It's funny. Yeah, I find it incredibly interesting that the more mature games that aren't, like, as big in the public eye have, one, better, like, introductions. Speaking of vampire, better introductory pages to literally say, hey, don't be an idiot, this is for mature people, you know? They have, you know, a lot of, they're not afraid to delve into the darker stuff, because again, it's mature already. Like, they don't have to deal with any of this because they already, like, people know what it is, and they're not trying to, like, say anything else with it other than it's vampire, you know? Like, yeah, but you can try to be a good person, but you're always going to have that thing inside you that's going to make you do bad stuff. You're a monster. Literally, it says you are a monster, right? And so vampire, like, oh, right, nope, not slaves, mind control, big difference. Right, yeah, that's fine. Nothing ethically bad about controlling someone's mind, you know? You start Dark Sun's Shattered Lands as arena slaves. Yeah, well, Dark Sun isn't a thing anymore for D&D relevancy, is it? Hold on. 5e. Is it? Wait. No, this is homebrew. Yep. Yeah, current Wizards would not put out Dark Sun. And unless I'm mistaken, there's no Dark Sun. So, in 5e. And they're not going to put that out. Not anymore. You know? It's really cool the show is on. What do you mean? Yes? This show? Yeah. Shattered Lands was 1993. Yeah. It was in 3rd and 4th, apparently. But it's not been in 5th. And I doubt highly that they're ever gonna touch it. Right? And what was it? Yeah, they've taken away that from Mind Flayers. They've taken away beholders being evil and doing their slave thing as well, and everything. Like, they're really trying to sanitize a lot of this stuff, which like, you can add depth, right? You can add nuance to good and evil things. I don't see that as a problem. But when you outright just remove shit and don't let anything just be purely evil that isn't, like, I don't know, mindless, I guess. It's very weird. Very telling. I'm guessing more bad PR for Wizards of the Coast. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, technically it's good PR for the age that we're in. Was Dark Sun not in third? Hold on. No, that's not. Let me see. No, it's only second and fourth. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. I must have misremembered or misread. Okay. Anyway. So enough about that depressing shit of Wizards of the Coast is continuing to do weird stuff. Still gives me, like, more reason to just not care about what they're putting out. But that doesn't mean that you can't still play the game, right? Which is why we're going to be talking about a little bit of D&D stuff again. Now, everybody... Oh. I doubt this will do much for Wizards of the Coast PR. After all, they will just send the Pinkertons to shut it down. Oh, for sure. I don't keep up with too much with news, kind of behind. Oh, me either. Honestly, when I rarely see anything about anything that I actually, like, have an interest in, it's mostly 40k stuff, and even then, I barely see it, right? I'm very bad at being informed about things that I actually do enjoy and want to be informed about, and I'm very good about being informed about things that I don't enjoy and don't care as much about. It sucks. Anyway, so, speaking of current topic, hey, welcome to the show. Welcome to Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great95, and, Boo will be joining us later, as I said before. Aiden will not be joining us tonight. And so, what we're going to be talking about today is curses! I made a stupid little thumbnail for this this topic. I don't know, that's all I could think of. Now, the reason why I chose curses today is because, one, it's spooky times, so curses are like a spooky thing, right? People are spooked because of curses. Ooh, I hate being cursed. Oh, I'm gonna die. Right? It's something that everybody just whinges on about. How they're cursed and everything. And so curses in D&D exist, right? You have cursed magic items, you have curses that you can get from mostly magic and probably the environment. I don't actually know if there are environmental curses, but I guess if you cursed an area, maybe, right? Table Talk and Peter apps, yay. Hell yeah, dude. Enjoy your Peter apps. So the thing that happened was I was scrolling through YouTube, as one does when they're looking for some things that are relevant to the topic, and I came across a video from our old friend, the DM Layer, with this one that says, curses in D&D suck unless you do this. Okay? Unless you do this. Now, I don't know what this is. I don't know what it will be. But I'm not entirely certain that curses do suck in D&D. And if they do, how? I would love to know. And I guess we'll try to fix them, right? We'll try to figure out ways to fix them. Now, before we get into this, I want to say that this video is from 8 months ago. Okay? 8 months. Bold claim that? Oh, yeah. Now, 8 months ago, I want to say, I want to tell you, in fact, that, and I will put this up on the screen, that, this is going to take up all of my screen really quick, so actually, I should put this on studio mode. Feel like I know that guy. The DM Layer. You've definitely heard some of the videos, if you've looked at anything that we've covered. We've covered him quite a few times. So let's go with, let's just do any flip, and I'll just do that. Okay. So, yes, this one. Now, 8 months ago was still at the point where a little book came out called Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. Now, I'll give you, if you are to say that the what's it called? Oh my god, my brain is just hemorrhaging information, and I cannot grasp it. So, if you were to say that base game D&D curses leave something to be desired, I would understand, and I could agree, right? That, and let me give you a couple of examples here. So in the DMG, and we'll get back to Van Richten's, because this is part of my point. But, let me... There we go, PDF. Yes. That one. So... oh, it's not above that. Hang on. I need it to be above everything. There we go. Okay. Not everything, but yeah. So... I have a PDF here. I'll make it a little bit bigger. We'll zoom in a little bit. This is a PDF of the Dungeon Master's Guide, which I do own, Wizards of the Coast, so don't fucking sue me or whatever. And I also have the Player's Handbook right here that we can look at that has the only time where curse really comes into play is bestow curse. But we'll start with the Dungeon Master's Guide. Now, what I could find while searching the word curse, right, is the cursed magic items. And the cursed magic items, it even has a little thing that talks about them. It says, cursed items. Some magic items bear curses that bedevil their users, sometimes long after a user has stopped using an item. A magic item's description specifies whether the item is cursed. Most methods of identifying items, including the identify spell, fail to reveal such a curse, although lore might hint at it. A curse should be a surprise to the item's user when the curse's effects are revealed. Attunement to a cursed item can be ended voluntarily unless the curse is broken first, such as with the remove curse spell. Oh, sorry, can't be ended voluntarily. Okay? So, important things to note here, because I watched the first minute of Luke's video, Luke being the DM layer guy. Now, very important to note, cursed items, if you use identify, most of them don't reveal it. Okay? Second thing is, if you attune to it, you can't get rid of it unless you break the curse. These are important things to note for future. Now, that already makes you go, oh, so they actually, like, they would be a surprise using the rules, right? And I would say yes. Now, I will say, we only have a few instances in the DMG, and I promise I'll read what you guys have been saying in a second. I just need to get over my spiel. In the DMG for 5e, we have 1, 2, 3, kind of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items that are given to show you cursed items. Okay? Now, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? in which I will go to the first one. Because this is plenty to get you to figure out what you want to do with your cursed items. Okay? So the first one you have is the Armor of Vulnerability, right? You blah blah blah, you resistance to 1, DM chooses cursed. This armor is cursed, a fact that is revealed only when an identify spell is cast on the armor or you attune to it. Attuning to the armor curses you until you are targeted by a remove curse spell or similar magic. Removing the armor fails to end the curse. While cursed, you have vulnerability to 2 of these 3 types of damages associated with the armor, not the one which grants resistance, right? You've got that, which is like, okay, so this one says, right out, if you use Identify or Attune to it, you now know you're cursed. Okay? And then we go to the next one, the Berserker's Axe. Where is that? Yes, Berserker Axe. Sorry. The axe is cursed, and becoming attuned to it extends the curse to you. As long as you remain cursed, you are unwilling to part with the axe, keeping it within reach at all times. You also have disadvantage on attack rolls with weapons other than this one, unless no foe is within 60 feet of you that you can see or hear. Whenever a hostile creature damages you while the axe is in your possession, you must succeed a DC 15 wisdom saving throw or go berserk. While berserk, blah, 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 blah. There's a whole thing there. You can read it if you want to. But this one just doesn't tell you that it tells you that it's cursed unless you attune to it. Or, no, it doesn't even tell you that you're cursed. It just means, hey, if you read it, it's cursed. Then you become cursed when you attune to it. That's it. It doesn't tell you that you're cursed. Okay, so you might not even know. I mean, you'll know it metagame-wise, but you might not even know that you've been cursed. The next thing would be a card in the deck of many things. There it is. The Chiral. Cards Medusa-like visions curses you. -2 penalty on saving throws while cursed in this way. Only a god or the magic of the fates card can end this curse. That's a pretty big one. That's a big old curse right there, right? That one you would probably know that you've been cursed because you pulled the thing and then something will happen to you. Then you have demon armor. Whoop. Let me. Thank you. Once you don this cursed armor, you can't doff it unless you are targeted by a remove curse spell or similar magic. While wearing the armor, you have disadvantage on attack rolls against demons and on saving throws against their spells and special abilities. The other thing this would do is make it so that you get exhausted when you go to sleep because you can't take off the armor if you go by rules as written. Right? Another one that doesn't tell you that you've been cursed. Okay? I can go on with the rest of these, but it doesn't. Like, you get my point. Some of them tell you, some of them don't. Some of them are affected when you're attuned. I think most of these are attunement. Let's see Shield of Missiles, just to make one more certain here. Right, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, where is it? I skipped it. Whoops. Sorry. Fear, Spell Guard, Shield of Missile Attraction. Shield is cursed. Attuning to it curses you until you are targeted by a remove curse spell or similar magic. Removing the shield fails to end the curse on you. Oh, even that's nice, where you could get cursed and then just, even if you throw the shield away, you're still cursed, right? That's another little thing. This one also is an attunement. I think most of them are attunement. It would make sense that they're attunement things, because why wouldn't you get attuned to that? If you have it in your possession, you become attuned to it, right? Or you just say, I want to attune to this this magic item. Basically, what would happen is, for these, if an identified curse or identified spell happens, and it doesn't say, oh, if you identify it, it will tell you the thing, right? It'll just say, while you hold this shield, you have resistance to damage from ranged weapon attacks. And then you can say, how how much your resistance... Oh, resistance is just half. But the thing is, if anything makes a, ranged weapon attack next to you within 10 feet of you, so like any of your party, if they throw a knife, it goes to you instead of to something else. But you take half damage, so nice. Right? So that's all the stuff in the DMG, just the base DMG. And if that was the argument of like, okay, there's not a lot, that doesn't tell me that there's not a good, or curses aren't good, right? Curses suck. Okay? Bestow Curse, if we're going by just the PHB, Bestow Curse says it's a concentration up to 1 minute, so it doesn't last very long. It lasts a whole, combat encounter, basically. You touch a creature, and that creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw, or become cursed for the duration of the spell. When you cast the spell, choose the nature of the curse from the following options. Choose one ability score. While cursed, the target has disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws made with that ability score, which is really good. While cursed, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls against you, also can be good. While cursed, the target makes a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of its turns. If it fails, it wastes its action that turn doing nothing. Also very good. While the target is cursed, you can still move, though, honestly, if you want to. Well, doing nothing, so I guess you don't move. I don't know. While the target is cursed, your attacks and spells deal an extra 1d8 necrotic damage to the target, right? A remove curse spell ends this effect at the DM's option. You may choose an alternative curse effect, but it should be no more powerful than those described above. The DM has final say on the curse's effect. Higher levels, you can, at 4th, it lasts up to 10 minutes. 5th, it can last up to 8 hours. At 7th, it can be 24 hours. If you use it as a 9th level spell slot, it lasts until it is dispelled. Using a spell slot of 5th level or higher grants a duration that doesn't require concentration. So if you upcast it, it lasts without you having to worry about getting hit. This is very good, right? This is actually very good. I didn't realize how good it was until I read the higher levels part. Okay? Now, obviously, you could make the things go up in kind of like, oh, yeah, the ability score, all that stuff goes up even farther or something, or, is more, is harder for them to, deal with or whatever. Okay? You can do all that stuff. Fair. Fine. Do it. Right? If you do it as higher levels. So then it's like, okay, so if we're talking about just the DMG, or sorry, just the PHB, the player's handbook, I don't see a problem here either. This seems very good, right? Okay. So where are we getting the assertion that that curses aren't good? Interesting, right? If this is all we have to work with, but we don't. Because, as I've already alluded to, Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft came out, and it has a whole thing on curses. Because it's part of the horror toolkit. So if you really want to up your cursing game, this has actually rules here that you can use to make your curses. Or at least guidelines, right? And I'll read them to you in a second. But let me catch up. So, what do you do if you knocked over a pile of bones and now you can't taste anything or feel emotions? Asking for a friend. You feel like you're missing something, and you go and you try to take it from someone else. Obviously. I will say that the amount of complaining I got anytime I cursed a player made it not worth playing with curses. See, that just sucks. I personally have not been cursed in a D&D game or any TTRPG game, but man, that would be super fun. It's like the same as the madness, right? Of Delta Green or Call of Cthulhu. Like, I want to play into it, right? I want to figure out, and I want to find out why, and then figure out, oh god, I'm cursed, right? And then figure out how to dispel it, right? Figure out a way to do it, because there's always got to be a way to do it. Somebody's got to have remove curse, or I have to go on a quest to find somebody who can remove curse, or, whatever the fuck I have to do to remove the specific curse in a specific way, I got to do it, right? It's got so much potential for story. for a good time for storytelling, right? Or I just deal with it, right? That's also a part of it. Oh, could be super fun. I don't know. But it sucks when somebody just complains about it, because it's like, oh, come on. This is a character thing now, right? Like, I know I placed it upon you, but you took the cursed item. I know you didn't think that it would be cursed, but hey, man, that'd be how it be sometimes, you know? I mean, does it make sense to say something sucks when you can play however you want? So that's I would never use that as an argument, right? Timothy, it's a so yes, that is true. Don't get me wrong. I've pointed to it before of like, yes, DMG says, you know, you are the arbiter, you make the rules, all that kind of stuff, right? But if you're a player, you don't make the rules. You just have to follow what your DM has said, okay? And if your DM wants to do this in this way and you've already agreed to it, then, you know, we can't say, oh, but we can play however we want. Like, we can have a discussion beforehand and make sure that we tailor it to however we want it to play. But if we completely just throw out the rule set, like just saying, oh, no, it doesn't matter, we play however we want, then why use the rules at all, right? We have to be careful with how we use the, yes, you can play it however you want, kind of aspect to the game. It's something dangerous, unfortunately. It's something that can be very good a lot of the time, and we can use for, because if you're talking about a homebrew thing, then you can use it all the time, because it's like, well, you've already gone out of the way of the rules. You can play however you want. Why did you make it like shit, you know? But if it's within the core rule set, then it's like, oh, okay. I don't know. We don't really have a... We don't really have a... It's harder to go, okay, but this is kind of a core thing that we kind of need for everything else to work, you know? So we can't really just fucking change it however willy-nilly, right? We could, for sure we could, but it's, again, I don't know. It's a hard thing to draw a line for sometimes. Also, I will say, if you're experiencing stuttering of the stream right now, I'm looking at it, I'm dropping no frames, but I am getting red, which is really annoying. I thought I had done things to mitigate that, so I apologize. It's gonna go back to green at some point. I don't know why it does this to me every time I do anything. I have to turn my heat down. There has been a cold snap in my area, and so I had to turn my heat on. But now it is too hot in here because my computer is also on. Okay. Anyway, I will, no, right. I feel like if you put a magic item on without identifying it first, you did that to yourself. Well, even if you do identify it, you don't necessarily have the curse. Like, you don't know that it's cursed, right? So, if you had to use something that sucks, I would get it like in a video game where you have to play with what's there and deal with it, you know? Yeah. That's, if it's absolutely essential, sure. If you kill your brother because God likes his sacrifice better than yours, you might get cursed. Well, if identifying something doesn't tell you it's cursed, I don't think I like that. Interesting. Why? So here's the thing. If you find a magic item, and you don't know it's magic, and you don't have the ability to identify it, and it is a magic item, and you attune to it, you would know what it does after that. But also, like, why should every curse be signposted? You know? That doesn't seem like... I don't think that you should have every curse be signposted, because that's not how curses are, usually. Unless somebody is specifically cursing you, the individual, and going, hey, I curse you. You know, no more liking cheese. You'll hate cheese forever, right? Unless that happens, then why should the curse not act on you, right? They cursed it for a reason. They cursed it because they didn't want anybody to use this thing, or they cursed it because whoever used this thing, they wanted something to happen to them. You know, it was a ploy, right? But like, you will know that you've been cursed when you feel the effects of the curse, right? Like, that's the only thing that I have for that. I don't know. It doesn't strike me as a bad thing that a curse is not always known that it is cursed, or a cursed item is not always known that it's cursed. It's like somebody planted a landmine in the ground on the battlefield, and you know, somebody blew up, and then somebody else got upset because they didn't know that there would be mines. Ever, you know, it's not like they set out, or they put out a sniffing dog, and the sniffing dog found a couple of mines. So now you know that mines exist. But, and plus, actually, this kind of works in my analogy. You know that mines exist, but then somebody else walks in another area and then gets blown up. And it's like, oh, that sucks. Mines. It's like, well, yeah, you knew that mines exist. Curses. Curses exist, right? You just got cursed, you know? I don't know if that works entirely, but it doesn't bother me, I suppose. The big one I remember was Pathfinder Homebrew Grave Knight's armor. Over months, the magic resistant armor would turn you into a Grave Knight and kill your character. Got a lot of backlash for that. Oh. Neat. Huh. Yeah, that's a thing. I don't know. It's one of those things where I think that in order to mitigate some of it, if something is cursed, like, you should be able to find out if something's cursed after it starts to affect you, right? You should be able to find out what the curse is, potentially. Somebody probably knows what the fuck is going on with this item. And that means the party goes and talks to, you know, old wizards, or, you know, just people that have a lot of knowledge about things that came before and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. It seems like it would be fine. As long as you presented the world with, or the players with a world that has options to find out information after something has happened to them. Because that's what I would do. Oh god, I'm starting to really, really, like, this isn't normal. Oh gosh, I'm going berserk with my axe. And I don't want it to be anywhere away from me. That sucks, huh? Why? And then I find a wizard, and he goes, oh, that axe is from, you know, Hyvelgar the Bloodthirsty. And an old wizard, not me, promise, not me. Ha, couldn't be. An old wizard came around and was like, hey man, stop killing people. And he's like, no. And he was like, okay, I curse your axe. Now if you go and kill people a lot, you might not ever stop. And then he did. And then that's his axe. Uh-oh, you found his axe. Shit. You know? Hell, for that kind of stuff, you could even go like, oh, you make a history roll. If it's something that's, like, significant, make a history roll when you look at this item. You know? There are many ways to do it. If you really, really, really want to signpost it, I suppose. But if you don't, you know, if it's just somebody cursed something and nobody's heard about it, then, you know, that happens. Anyway. You can also get cursed by Hades to push a big rock forever if you try to run away from the underworld. That's true. I totally get you. I just go with the flow. If I got cursed, I would not care, so that's where the train of thought comes from. Oh, sure. Plus, I would trust my DM to put together a good game and stuff like that. Well, that's the first thing you do, right? They knew the Grave Knight armor was cursed and knew they had months in game to remove the curse or dispel the armor. They were still mad that they had to go do that. Oh, well, fucking, that's their own fault then, if they're so mad about it. That's their own fault. That's not your fault. By the way, don't know why, but my upload is now getting extremely, like, spotty. It's going from 0 to, like, 3,000 when it should be at 6,000 steady. Oh, why do you do this to me? If you will excuse me for just a moment, I must find out why this is happening. It wouldn't be a TableTalk stream without technical difficulties. Ba-ba. Oh, that's fine. And that's fine. It's just OBS, dude. Does anybody know of a better thing than OBS? Because I'm starting to get that feeling that I need to switch from OBS to something else. I don't know. Well, now I'm at green to yellow to orange. Oh, good. Okay. Okay. It might be time to retire OBS, everybody. It might be time to actually put in some money into a better streaming program. Because OBS is doing the things. Your Wi-Fi does not want you to hear the curse rant video. No, it's OBS. My internet is fine. It actually is uploading and downloading just fine. It's OBS. And I don't know why. I'll do this, and I'll do that, and I'll keep that. I'm just changing a couple of settings. Give me a second. Can you roll OBS to a prior version? Ooh, maybe. Yeah, maybe, actually. I'll see about that, actually, because that might actually work. Ooh, that's a good idea. Though I don't know if my stream elements thing will work. But I've changed some stuff. We'll see if that fixes anything. Anyway. So, what I was going to do is read a little bit about curses in Van Richten's guide. Let me move this over here. Okay. So, let me also put this up so that I can fucking see what I'm doing. Okay. So Van Richten's guide has this here that says, hey, curses, right? Oh, why is that going? Sorry, I just noticed that on my side this is going like this, and it shouldn't be. Okay. So we have curses, right? We've got laying curses, right? They're not something to throw around lightly. They should be dramatically appropriate responses to meaningful choices characters make. You got defiling a tomb, desecrating a temple, all this kind of stuff of like, oh, a guy's got a demon lord or a deity behind him, right? All that kind of stuff, right? So in cases where curse arises from a creature such as a dying villain's last breath, the pronouncement of the curse is clear. When there is no wronged party present to lay the curse directly, the curse should be obvious in some way, such as a warning of dire consequences carved into a wall of an ancient crypt or relayed by a spell such as Magic Mouth. See, this is another thing. You can have this to be, if they find the thing or they decipher it that says, hey, cursed thing, right? Then they can go, oh, cursed thing. Components of a curse. You have the pronouncement, which is amounts to a threat. It promises suffering to those who dare perform or have already performed a specific offensive act. So like a widely spread story explaining that a particular action tempts terrible punishment, or more. And then you've got a burden. Curse's burden is the effect that causes hardship and suffering to the curse's victim. A burden is often reflective on what caused the curse in the first place. twisting the transgressor's action against them. So, like, a victim has disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, saving throws, or some combination of the three. It can be tied to a single ability score or applied generally. And a resolution, some way to lift the curse. Remove curse spells or something more dramatic. Excuse me, let me get a drink of water. And then it gives you some sample curses of like an ancient seal, you know, a broken vow, innocent blood being spilled, some good stuff, that you can do. But this gives you, oh, and also persistent curses, where, you know, you can have it be that, the victim can succeed on a saving throw every month, and then be able to do it again or fail it or whatever just to see if the curse ends. You know, yeah, slaying the head of a dynasty that has long held power in the region, accomplishing a seemingly impossible task such as raising a castle above the clouds or making the sun cross the sky in a different direction. Yeah. So this has a few more things that you can use to just kind of create curses. And it's some nice stuff, right? It's some neat stuff. So, oh no, someone cursed your OBS. Quick find pixie dust. Dude, I wish there was a quick fix, but of course there isn't. So, getting rid of that. So it's like, okay, so the claim is curses are shit in D&D. They're not good. They suck. Pretty bad, in fact, right? But with every example that I've found, the curses are fine. There's no problem here. I don't understand why you're saying this. Why are you saying this? You know? Curses are fine. They seem like they work, right? Nothing seems to be wrong with them at all. Just skipped? Ah, jeez. We're gonna have to deal with it today, folks. If, the VOD will not have skips. So don't worry about that. Gents, I have an idea. A cursed slab that summons a spirit to follow the character, telling them to return the slab. Hey! That's a good one. There you go. I get that. I understood that reference. So yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with my internet again because I don't understand what is going on. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, so yeah, basically, let's see what he has to say about curses. Let's see what he has to say about bad curses. Your OBS can't scare me away. Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Rewarded my Sword Coast Guard players with Drown, a legendary magical trident from the Princes of the Apocalypse module. It gave the user +1 to attack, an extra 1d8 cold damage, resistance to cold damage, the ability to cast Dominate Monster, and the ability to speak Aqua. Now, I'm sure the last one is mostly useless, but the other benefits are pretty darn good. However, there was a catch. Drown had a flaw. It was cursed. It would make its wielder covetous, greedy, and barnacles would form on their skin. But
oh, that's, well, whoa, that's Van Richten's guide. I just showed that off. That's Van Richten's guide's guy from the curse thing. So you know that Van Richten's exists. Wait a minute. Oh no.
That's it, nothing too dramatic or crazy, certainly no debilitating game mechanics that would prevent the character using it from taking names and kicking butts, because that's really what we're all about, aren't we? And yet my players discussed for all of 1 minute before they decided to just sell it to a merchant in Waterdeep, or hold on to it to trade with someone they didn't like. You see, none of them wanted barnacles on their skin, and none of them wanted to become greedy, even though I would argue that they were pretty greedy, but you know, Now you might say that there's
Okay. So, hold on. Let me just put that to like medium and see if that helps. It won't. So here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Now, I think that you need to understand a couple of things. And I need to understand, what was it? Drown? Let's find out what drown does. Drown. Magic. Item. 5e. Drown. Yeah, okay. Princes of the Apocalypse. That's what he's talking about. Okay. Give me a second, and I will use bloop. So this. Let's see. Oh, God. Okay, we're good. Well, we're not. It's still buffering, and it's still making me... Hold on. Output's fine. I don't have a replay buffer. I turned that on, but apparently it didn't help. I'll turn it off. Put my preset down. Put it up a little bit. On a high profile. There's nothing else that I can do. I checked the setting to not drop frames, and yet you do it. Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? Okay. I don't know. Yeah, my networking optimizations are enabled. My on unstable connections. The connection is fucking stable though. Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, it buffed what was useless. Oh jeez. That sucks. So this is Drown. Drown is a legendary trident. The curse is Tears of Endless Anguish. No, it's not. The flaw. Drown makes its wielder covetous. While attuned to the weapon, you gain the following flaw. I demand and deserve the largest share of the spoils, and I refuse to part with anything that's mine. In addition, you're attuned to drown for 24... If you're attuned to drown for 24 consecutive hours, barnacles form on your skin. The barnacles can be removed with a greater restoration spell or similar magic, but not while you are attuned to the weapon. Oh. But it doesn't say when you cast Identify. Okay. So they knew that that was going to happen? You told them that this was a cursed item? And just said, oh. Well then, why did you do that? Oh, there you are. Oh. Hey.
I thought you had to invite me in. That's my bad.
No, you're good. We're having technical difficulties. The bitrate's doing the thing again, even though I have the setting checked, and I think you're right. I think OBS time is over. I feel like
it seems like OBS is just.
Though I have been asked if I can roll it back to a previous version, and that might actually fix some stuff. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that might do it.
But anyway, which sucks because I have so many like presets that have been meticulously put into place. But
oh no, not
what?
Oh, not him. I don't like this man.
I'm sorry, sir, but
I'm
curses.
I'm gonna play RuneScape.
Okay. Well, so
yeah, curses.
Here, I was gonna say, basically the whole premise of today. You've only caught we're only a minute in. He's
Yeah.
given us a little story, right, about how he gave his players in Princes of the Apocalypse the legendary item Drown. It's a trident. It is pretty good. The flaw is that also Timothy says hi.
Hello.
And the flaw is if you have it and you attune to it, you become greedy. You become covetous, right?
That's it.
And after 24 hours of being attuned to it, you grow barnacles all over your body.
Okay, that's a bit better.
Yeah, you got some stuff there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
His story is that he gave it to his players, and then his players had a conversation, said, I don't want to become greedy or get barnacles all over me. Let's keep it and just not attune to it and then go sell it or whatever. And what I immediately thought was, oh, so you just told them it was cursed.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Right? Now, I began this whole point with the precedence of showing how some items in D&D that are cursed say, if you use Identify on them,
yes,
you can find that they're cursed.
Or you, do, some sort of inspection, and you succeed it.
Well, I'm just going by the 5e rules that we have just in the DMG.
Okay.
Yeah. And in the DMG, it specifically states that if some items, if you cast Identify on them,
yes,
and it'll say on the item that if you cast Identify, it will tell you what it does, as well as if it's cursed.
Okay.
But a lot of them don't have that.
A lot of the cursed items?
Yes.
Specifically? Okay, yes.
So, it's like, oh, okay, so if they identify it, then you don't necessarily have to tell them if the item doesn't say that you don't have to tell them if it's cursed or not.
And they kind of have to learn it for themselves.
Yes, so once they attune to it, then they have to deal with the curse. That's how the curse gets them, right? Which makes sense. If it's a curse that is strong, I suppose. I guess the strength of the curse would make it so that, if you identify it and it's a shitty curse, that it's like, hey, I got a shitty curse,
Yeah.
That makes sense, actually, to me, because I looked at the Armor of Vulnerability, and that one has that on it because it's a shitty cursed item. Right?
So because it's a shitty cursed item, it's easy to discover the curse.
At least that is my understanding of it.
Okay. Yeah,
right?
A more powerful curse would be more sneaky, I would imagine.
Yes, that is my whole idea, at least.
Harder to detect.
Yes, exactly. So, this being his first point, and I listened to a minute and a half, I guess, of this, because he was talking about this, and I don't know if he's going to go into the point of, I think he goes into the point of curses, if you use Identify, they'll know what the thing does. And I immediately am like, and I'll let him say it so that we get it, but let me let him say it, because then I'll refute it. Because I just gave you the point that I'm going to use to refute it, but I want him to say it so that I don't look like a liar.
This was just my players, or just a one-off occurrence, or the fact that it was a trident. Who uses tridents, right? However, my experience with curses in D&D has mostly tracked with that example. Curses in the game almost always fall flat. So today we're going to discuss why curses are a fairly crappy game mechanic in D&D and how we can make them better. Because if we don't talk about how to improve them, what's the point? Why curses suck. Reason number one, they are pointless. You see, if players know in advance about the curse, such as using the Identify spell or identifying the item over the period of a short rest, then they're just not going to attune to the cursed item. So if as a dungeon
unless it's really good.
Yeah, so again, as stated, you can see in the wording of the DMG, I'll pull it up again just to get the wording specifically, but in the wording, it doesn't say that whenever you use Identify,
it just happens,
you get the curse. No, you just know what it does.
Yeah, you just know the magic. You don't know the curse.
Exactly. Let me get to it one more time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Come on now. If you want to give your players a cursed item, you need to make it a really good item. Hello?
Well, it's that, and not all curses are the same, first off, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And also, you can sign, like, if you really need to signpost it for it to be, like, if it's, like, really bad, like, it'll kill you after a certain amount of time, right?
Yeah, no.
You get them to be aware of it somehow.
Well, the thing is, like, if I have a cursed item that's going to kill you, that's going to be, like, a legendary item that you're going to know about beforehand.
That's the other thing.
Like, oh my god, this is the unholy sword of Nagarathoth.
Which is why I'd be like, hey, make a history check. You see this thing. It, like, really stirs something in your mind.
Yeah, this this does not look good. It's got, like, skulls and shit, and it's, like, it's bad. Exactly. It does not look good.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I've got 2 versions of this. Where you already know what I've done to you guys. I tend to do curses that are more so just either a prank, where it's just an inconvenience that the players now have to deal with, which would like those coins.
Yes.
3 times, or I've given you a total of 3, but on 2 separate occasions in Devils and Dice, I've given you guys gold coins that cannot be, you can't get rid of them unless you give them to another willing person who then cannot get rid of it. If you try to throw it away, it sticks to you, and it will, like, magically teleport to you across incalculable distances as long as it's on the same plane of existence.
Right. Yep.
And they're just basically just a prank, but you could also use them to track people, which I never really thought to do. In my case, it really is just kind of a prank. But I have other cursed items that are significantly more useful and also a lot more interesting, where it's like, this is a cursed item, but it's good and I want to keep it because I can work with this curse.
Yeah, that's another thing. And
that's
like,
the thing.
I said before, curses really can give you a lot of storytelling options, whether you want to get rid of it or you want to deal with it or whatever.
I would love to tell you about it, but it's in my material world and I don't know if I want to spoil it.
No, I got you.
It's a really, really simple cursed item too. It's very simple.
Yeah. Now, so like the wording in 5e, let me give it one more time. Some magic items bear curses that bedevil their users, sometimes long after a user has stopped using an item. A magic item's description specifies whether the item is cursed. Most methods of identifying items, including the identify spell, fail to reveal such a curse.
Okay.
Although lore might hint at it. A curse should be a surprise to the item's user when the curse's effects are revealed.
God damn it. This seems to be such a recurring thing with some of these bad takes videos where it's like, you know, like, oh, there's this thing does this, and then they miss like the opening paragraph.
Yeah, well, so it's the DMG, so nobody reads it, I suppose.
I guess so.
But man, also, no, so here's the thing, though. If you have any deductive reasoning whatsoever, any logical deduction can be made of, you look at cursed items in a list, right? And you see some that say, when you, like, curse, when you cast Identify, you get to learn the curse. And then you look at, like, 6 others that don't say that. You go, oh, something... This
doesn't apply to all of them.
Right? Exactly. It is incredibly...
My brain has grown.
Yeah. It doesn't even need... It just rippled a bit. Like, it's... Yeah,
it gained a new wrinkle.
Yeah. It's such a easy thing for you to go...
Holy shit, these are big! I got my swordfish, dude.
Nice.
They're fucking huge.
Yeah. I've seen... Those are fucking giant. Yeah.
Nice, dude. These are awesome.
But, yeah, so it's not hard to deduce that these aren't all the same. And also, just logically, again, you can say, oh, curses? Man, if it's a big, powerful curse, you're probably not going to find it just from a level 3, or no, level 1 identify spell. Right? Like,
are there higher level? I guess you would have to upcast it.
There's no upcasting for identify, I don't think.
Oh no!
There is upcasting for there's upcasting for bestow curse though, which I saw, which is very cool actually.
The only reason why I asked that is because you said you wouldn't find it with a level 1.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I didn't know if that implied.
No, of course. I'll double check to make sure because now I'm not sure. But identify.
Yeah, because I mean that would be another simple way to make it so you could find bigger curses.
You could upcast it. You could do that for sure if you really needed to. It is not something that has an upcast in the rules, but if you wanted to add that as a homebrew, I don't see why not, right?
Yeah.
Another way for them to utilize their resources.
Yes.
So that's just he looks. Maybe people should read the DMG. Well, yeah. I mean, I think
it has this reputation at this point.
It does. But like, if you're new to the system, which I assume everyone was in 5e, like reading the rules is pretty essential. And so reading, like, even just skimming over it and finding the things that actually interest you, and then just like reading those things, like you would think if you have a question about it or anything, you'd go and find it. Like, you do your due diligence, especially if you're gonna make a fucking video saying curses in D&D suck unless. Now, the other thing that I want to say again is that Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft came out in 2021. This video is 8 months old. Van Richten's Guide has a whole section talking about curses and how to make them more horrifying and such, and like it has a three bullet structure of the curse, right? It's pretty good, honestly. Like, Van Richten seems like an actually good supplement that I might actually look into further after, this. But it has things to up the potency of your curses. And that was out in 2021, and this video is 8 months old, and he used a PNG of a character on that curses page.
Oh my god.
In the video, so he knows it exists, or he just saw it and went, oh.
Either that or he'll get to that.
I hope so, okay?
Here's hoping.
Because, man, that really would contradict your whole fucking thing. Because that is a part of D&D 5e. That is a thing that exists. And again, I've already gone through the curses in Player's Handbook, just the Player's Handbook, and just the DMG. And either of those are just fine if you want to use them in those ways. The Bestow Curse, I don't see how you couldn't come upon that spell in the Player's Handbook. It's in B.
Yeah.
It's pretty early on. It's on like 6 different spell lists, I'm pretty sure. Okay, well, whatever.
So now, does Bestow Curse do an actual, like, magic item style curse, or is it more like a debuff?
At the base level of level 3, it is a debuff, basically, that you can choose one of the effects, or talk with your DM on a similar power effect, right?
Okay.
As you upcast it, it gets dramatically longer, so it's concentration up to a minute with 3rd level, but the next is, oh goodness, let me look at it again, because it's actually, like, it goes exponentially, and it's really good.
Ooh.
Like, it's if you are a powerful magic user and you curse somebody with a 9th level curse, it lasts until it is broken.
Damn.
Yeah, it's actually
a 9th level curse, Jesus.
Yeah. So that's how you curse someone forever.
Yeah.
Which is great. Let me get
That's fucking cool, though. I really like that.
That's the thing. You could become that if you really wanted to, and that's fucking awesome.
Dude, oh man, I could totally see like a little mini adventure, or just kind of like a small setting adventure.
Yeah.
Where there's a guy who paid off like a powerful wizard, or like basically he got a 9th level scroll of curse or whatever from a wizard. Or maybe he's best friends with a wizard and he got those scrolls. And he goes to the city and he is like a gambler.
Oh.
And he uses those curse scrolls on people who are like dealing cards or playing dice to make them unlucky. And so he goes there and he wins.
Yeah.
So he goes to like casinos or whatever. Or maybe he like makes bets with really powerful people and he curses them beforehand. Like he makes a bet with like a mob boss or something. the half-orc mafia.
Yes. Yeah.
And I would like that. I would just like the kind of intrigue there where it's like, you're making people unlucky.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you start doing shit.
Yeah. That seems like a great little thing of like a mystery of like, oh, even like it's just like, oh, the everybody
a legendary
like
gambler.
Yeah. Oh yeah. How does he win? We got to figure it out.
How is he always winning?
Yeah, we're gonna figure out, and you got to figure it out, and you'll get paid like 1,000 credits, whatever, in the casino, and like yeah, for sure.
That'd be neat.
So here's Bestow Curse again, and it's at higher levels. If you cast it at 4th level, it's concentration and 10 minutes. At 5th level, it's 8 hours.
Okay.
If it's 7th level, it's 24 hours.
Okay.
And 9th level is until it is dispelled. And if you go 5th level or higher, you don't have to concentrate it on it.
So it just does it.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, they have to save against it, but yes.
Now, is it a do you have to touch them? Do you have to see them?
It is a touch. It is a touch spell.
Okay.
It's hard to do, but my guy.
Yeah, no, that's when you get on a horse or something. You're just slapping people upside the head. Curses!
Curse you! Yeah,
they just fucking run off.
For sure. So, yeah, again, it's like, if I just go by the PHB, Curses is fucking awesome. If I
cool.
bestow Curse is great, and you know how to, like, there's ways to go about it, and you can think about ways to dispel these curses. And then, if I go by the DMG only, the cursed items, they're fine. Like, you get enough information that you can make curses just fine. Believe me. There's, what did I say? I have a whole list of these written down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then one that's a part of the deck of many things, so it's kind of one. But even with those 6, that's enough that you can construct how these things work, as well as having that information beforehand of identify doesn't necessarily tell you. It's like, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Just utilize it better, I guess. And don't tell your players off the bat if it's a legendary item that is cursed that you are talking about. Drown. It is a legendary trident.
Oh.
It's a legendary magic item.
What the fuck?
Now, to be fair, he hasn't told me if they knew about it beforehand because of research or whatever, or somebody made a history check or something. Like, no, none of that has been given to me yet. And if he says that, then I'll go, okay. But without that, I'm just here going, what are you doing? What are you doing with it? What are you doing? And since he's made the identify thing already, it's like, well, you just don't know how the game works already? Anyway, okay, there's a few things. DM, I'm shocked my players don't want to use the Wand of Intense Pain. Yeah, well, now that they know, I guess so. That was the best opening reaction to a guy ever. Boo, awesome. I don't like him.
It's like, oh.
That's what he said was useless. I got it. Oh, yeah. I agree with Boo. The best cursed items are those that are almost too good not to use. I also, also design-wise, I always want players to have time to remove before irreversible effects occur. Oh, of course. You give them a chance, for sure.
Yeah. For irreversible shit, absolutely.
Yeah, you have to give them a chance.
Because that would be bullshit.
Yeah. If you just do it without them knowing anything about it, and then they just die, 3 months later for no reason that they know of, because nothing was given to them, it's like, oh, yeah, that's shit. Don't do that.
No, that's shit. You need to foreshadow it, or you need to make sure that they know it.
Yeah, exactly. Or
it's like, you need to have it be a thing where it's like every single owner of this sword has met a strange death or something. Like a very, very weird.
Yeah, something very specific. Or if you really...
like he's walking under a fucking windowsill, a cat falls out of the window and breaks his neck.
Yeah.
Like weird shit.
Exactly. Like, and if you really, really, really have to signpost it because they miss every single thing about it, you have a guy come up to them and say, what the fuck? Why do you have that?
I've heard of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that is that the cursed blade of Nagar-Troth?
Yeah, exactly. And then you go, I don't know, is it? And he goes, yeah.
Yes, it is.
You're gonna die.
I decided.
I have to. Yeah. Yes, it is. I've decided. You're gonna die. We've all decided.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Maybe people should read the DMG. How much you want to bet they read it and still don't like it? Well, so I don't even know. I think it's just people. It's that thing of like, oh, I've read this or I've seen this or whatever, and I know how it works, and they just don't ever go back to check ever. And it's like,
yeah.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, that works in a lot of cases for D&D because again, you run it however you want at the end of the day. But for some things, especially if you're going to make a fucking video on your how-to D&D, channel, like all of these people do, you got to have some like knowledge of the rule set that you're talking about and make sure and double check and don't just say things. Because I can come in and then go, brother,
this is wrong.
You're wrong.
It's kind of one of the reasons why I don't do a whole lot of talking about 3.5 because I'm significantly less versed in 3.5.
Yeah.
Whereas 5e is so simple.
It's
and
not
so
hard
that I can talk about it even though I don't actively play it.
Right, exactly. And like again, that seems to be the way that this goes. Like it's very simple, so this because of this, then it's bad. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. In Pathfinder 1e, and I think D&D 3.5, Detect Magic would let you use a spellcraft check on items to attempt to discover their magical properties. Identify would let you do that at a +10. Yes, that is true.
Okay.
It was good. It gave you the option or the ability to be able to do these things. And if you don't have the high enough spellcraft, because you needed to have a certain DC for a lot of things, you wouldn't be able to tell, which is, like, it gives you the option. And that's good. Whether or not you have the option when you're getting an item, I don't know if you necessarily need it, right? I think, again, you can be blindsided by curses. I don't think that that's unreasonable. I really don't. Again, but this is all up to your DM on how they run it. Because if they don't give you any warning about if it's something actually dire, then it's a problem, right? It's a conjunction of things rather than just the one.
Yes.
Conjunction?
Combination?
Yeah, combination's better. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Alejo Ace Attorney, hell yeah. Well, this is when it's something so fucking obvious that I then just look at something and go, you're wrong. Like, yeah.
Take that.
Fucking take that. Exactly. Objection. You bastard.
Such a good game series. Wow.
It is. It really is. So I don't mind there being cursed items with a DC too high to identify the curse, but just having curses that flat out can't be detected doesn't feel good to me. I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a basic preference. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's fine. If you don't like it, that's fine. I don't think that it's mechanically a bad thing unless the person running it is bad at making that mechanic known, I suppose.
Well, see, here's the thing. You can have curses that can't be detected on the item, but the effects of the curse need to be removed or need to be removable. So let's say you take Drown and you try to identify it, and it's one of those, since it's a legendary cursed item, whatever, you can't even. So it's like, yo, this is a cool trident, I'm going to use it. And then you start getting barnacles on yourself, you're like, oh shit, I need to get rid of this trident. It's probably this.
Yes, exactly.
And then you're like, okay, so now I'm going to do remove curse on myself, and then these barnacles start crumbling to dust and they fall off of my body. That's what you need to be able to do.
Yes, exactly. Which is what, actually, unless you have the thing on you, you can do that. Because if you have it on you, you can't remove the barnacles. But if you do have it, then you can't do shit about it.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's how cursed items usually work. Except for, the Shield of Missile Attraction? Yeah, the Shield of Missile Attraction is great, where if you attune to it, the curse just passes to you. And even if you get rid of the shield, unless you use the remove curse, you still have, if anything tries to do a ranged attack 10 feet away from you, it'll go to you.
I mean, that sounds really useful for certain tanks.
So the other thing, yeah, it gives you damage resistance to ranged attacks.
Yeah,
so
like,
it can
that's not
it can be good. This is the thing, you just don't go near your friends.
Yeah.
That way, if they're doing their thing, they don't actually hit you. But if you're if you're the tank up in the enemies and they're starting to do ranged attacks, it just goes to you, and you're like, ah.
Yeah,
right?
See, now I would actually change that slightly, where it wouldn't be if they use a ranged attack near me. It would be if they use a ranged attack near me or a projectile passes within that space. So it's like, if you are, like, let's say you are 20 feet ahead of a person in a straight line.
Yeah, no,
and then they're shooting past you. Then the arrow would like get magnetized to you and get pulled off its track. That's what I would add to it.
I get what, but like, I don't know. I feel like that would be more annoying, which is fine. But like, yeah, I don't know. I think making it so that you like, if you give it to like your wizard or something, right? And they're all like next to each other because the wizard has a shield now. He can be okay, right? You're doing it to really help them. Yeah. That's it's like one of those things where I get why they did it that way, because it's made for, oh god, somebody else take this, and then it's like, oh, it's still happening. And then and it's not just, and it's so that you can have those instances of, oh, I'm in the back line, I'll be okay. You know? So a silent spell curse bestowing sorcerer. Nice. Yes, if you meta magic silent spell or whatever the fuck, and yeah, you just go, nice. And everybody's like, why did you just slap the guy? And you're like, wait for it. The guy just starts vomiting, and you're like, guy's cursed.
Yo.
Hey Alejo, I got the curse for you. You'll see One Piece episodes every time you close your eyes. You scared yet? Yeah, no, I'm done.
That sounds horrible.
No, please. God, no.
Could you imagine if every time you went to sleep, it was just One Piece?
I can imagine that, and it sounds awful.
Yeah.
And I hate it. Because, fuck me, One Piece sucks.
No. Jesus Christ.
I'm sure it's better with as it goes because the guy got better at making the things, but man, it's just flawed from the beginning, so whatever. It's a conjunction junction. That's right. What's your function? Okay. So let's see more about why these suck. I'm so excited.
You allow identify to work or mundane examination to work and identify that an item is cursed.
Wait a minute. Say that again!
The item over the period of a short rest, then they're just not going to attune to the cursed item. So if as a dungeon master you allow identify to work or mundane examination to work and identify that an item is cursed, you're mostly just hoping and praying that they don't cast that spell, or they don't otherwise identify what magic item is before equipping and attuning to it. Because
okay, you hear what he said?
Yeah.
He's given us a hypothetical of if you do something that isn't necessarily a homebrew thing. If you make it so that identify or some sort of examination will allow them to know that the curse happens. The thing that isn't a part of any of these items, he's already using the language of, oh, well, if you do something that isn't part of the rules.
Yeah, so what the fuck?
So why does it suck then if you're doing something outside of the rules?
Yeah, because you can't say something is bad in the rules if you're already going to be ignoring the rules to make it bad.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you on about?
What are we doing?
Oh.
Come on. Ooh. Are you then going to now say, oh, just don't do that? It's like, yeah?
Yeah, no shit.
I hope you have more than this.
Looks super cool, by the way.
Leroy is a sorcerer that slap curse idea sounds nice. Yeah, do it. Bestow curse. Get fucked.
Yeah, right?
Oh my god, silent spell, twin cast sorcerer. Come take my hand, child, and be healed.
Yo.
Yes. Do it.
if they do, they're just not going to use the thing, and then the curse.
Oh yeah, and yeah, of course. If they, this is the, if you let them identify that something is bad beforehand. They will probably not use the bad thing.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, okay. Oh, give me more nuggets of wisdom, please.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Curse is pretty much pointless, and the whole magic item's pretty much pointless. Of course, a clever and experienced dungeon master knows this is the way of things, so they are one step ahead of their players. They do not allow identify or mundane examination over a short rest to identify that an item has a curse upon it.
Jesus Christ, are you fucking kidding me? I made a joke. I made a joke.
Yep.
And then
Then players don't know until they equip or attune to the cursed item, and then they're cursed. Ha! You got them! Until, of course, they turn to the wizard, who can cast Remove Curse and just use a third level spell.
Unless they didn't get that, because they're a wizard.
Yeah, they're a wizard. Maybe they didn't take Remove Curse, and also, fucking, you can't just remove the curse, necessarily. It's not necessarily how this works.
Yeah.
I literally...
I think one of the things that's making me so annoyed right now is how smug he's acting in the video.
Well, that's
God,
because he's
so annoying.
He's like, oh, you think you figured it out? Well, actually, right?
And then it's just ugh.
It's like, oh, but do you remember that? Like some of these items, they've given you examples of if you have the item on you still, then it doesn't remove the curse. So they have to get rid of it. Some of these items are like, I don't want to. Especially the one that you just talked about, Drown, is like, it gives you the flaw of, oh, I'm covetous, and I do not want to get rid of any of my possessions at all.
Yeah.
So how do you suppose that needs to happen? You need to figure out a way to do that. You need to, it's not just, oh, hey, wizard, could you hit me up?
Hear this curse?
Yeah, just dap me up real quick, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Right? Or hey, paladin, hey, cleric, any of these things.
Yeah. And then you just need to make it so that the curse can't be removed unless you're not holding it. So then you have to actually come up with a way to get it away from him, because he's probably going to be like, oh, it's cursed. We know it's all cursed. We're going to try to take it from you, obviously, because we want to cure it. It's like, look, I understand that, but I'm not giving it to you.
Yeah,
and so he's going to be fucking watching you like a fucking hawk.
Yeah, there's a whole, it's not, oh God, if he's also going to then go, oh, but, so then make it so that it's not that easy. It's like, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's like, do the easiest shit.
It's put perfectly. Lux says, how to make curses not suck. Use the normal rules. Yeah.
Yeah. And have half a fucking brain about it.
Oh yeah, that sounds backwards. What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. It's a recommendation for the Posting Your L's Hall of Fame. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. What I heard was my homebrews suck, therefore the rules suck. Well, this isn't, I don't even know who's, he's just saying, if you do this, it's not even his homebrew. He's just saying, if you just decided to do this for some reason, it's like, well, is this just the normal thing that people do? I suppose so. If it's a problem, I guess. I don't know.
God,
I have no idea. Anyway.
Ugh.
All that the wizard gets at 5th level, and then the curse is lifted and the item is taken off and unattuned, and we're back to where we began. Of course, they could just go into town and pay an NPC to cast Remove Curse, because, in D&D we have...
So this is a good thing, though. That's a good thing. I want you to understand that having them spend resources to remove something is good.
Yes.
Especially when it's gold or money of any kind, because D&D's economy is fucked.
It's ass.
Okay?
Nobody spends money. They don't need to.
You don't need to spend money. You really don't. Ever. Really. Unless they have designed it in such a way that you do. Okay? Yeah. So make them spend the money.
That is good.
And also, now they know that this guy is here in case they ever get cursed again or they need some additional help.
Yeah.
Make it so that the world is alive with people.
Then the other thing that you can do is you can use this as a way to enforce travel and exploration, because I remember when I was getting turned into a fucking werewolf.
Yep.
And I was like, hey, do you know how to cure lycanthropy? I don't, but someone in this big fucking city, a while away, does.
Yep.
And then you could have shit happen on the road. People could burn down a town because they're fucking crazy and they worship a god that likes to burn shit down.
1/2 of a building.
1/2 of a building. I remembered it being the whole town. I guess that was just more exciting in my head.
That's fair.
And then fucking you go to a whole new city.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, it was a lot of the town. Oh shit, that's right.
Yeah,
because
no,
they had to slip away because one of them was invisible.
Yep, it was bad.
Yeah, it went real bad. Oh yeah, no, I remember because I made it go real bad because I rolled it out and I was like, oh shit, they suck.
Oh shit, that's bad.
Oh no, like the townspeople couldn't get it under control. Yeah, that was
bad.
That was pretty bad. Pretty great though.
That was pretty good. Not for the townspeople though.
No, but I loved it. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. Like getting them to then expend, time, energy, all that kind of stuff for
getting them to do stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Go places.
Hate doing stuff.
What the fuck is the point of that?
Yeah.
Christ. Who even does that?
Stuff? Hate it. Don't know.
In D&D, I don't want to do stuff.
You're right. Exactly. I just want to be there.
I want to be the Dungeon and Dragon. John Dragon.
I'm John Dragon. I live in Planet Dungeon.
Oh my god. In Reach City.
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
John Dungeon, and I live in Dragon City. There you go.
Oh god. Or if you have to make it harder, have the players do a thing for the cleric before he remove the curse. Yeah, like make it a quest for sure.
Yes. Or like, even if it's not like, I need you to do this for me, make it, I can do it, but I need this ingredient. I need this unguent or reagent in order to cast the spell. Or it doesn't have to be the same spell it doesn't have to be the actual reagent from the spell. It can be something else.
Or you can have it so he goes, okay, I'll do it now, and after you help me with something, right? And if they do, they get a reward, or they've already been rewarded, but they might get an additional reward, or they don't, and hey, the reputation goes down, which is
and maybe that cleric's not gonna fucking heal you anymore.
No, exactly. He doesn't trust you, the towns, and that people talk, like, come on.
Like, dude, did you hear those guys? They were cursed, and the cleric healed them, and they didn't fucking do the thing for it. What bastards? I'm not healing them.
Like, there's so much potential for storytelling with curses. It's just, it's so ripe for so many, opportunities, plot hooks, whatever you want to do with them. It sounds so much fun. I've never been cursed in a game.
So now, would we like to bring up the elephant in the room of one of the most famous cursed items in all of fiction?
Is it the gazebo?
The gazebo?
The D&D, well, that's more of a monster, so probably not. Go on, then.
Have you ever heard of the One Ring? The One Ring to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them?
Yeah, that's true.
And all of the rings of power were essentially cursed items made by Sauron to control the people of Middle-earth. And then just the One Ring itself was the catalyst for the entirety of the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
And it is the series' namesake. You can't, and that is such a simple fucking curse.
It really
makes you greedy, it makes you evil, and it makes you want to give it to a guy.
And plus, you get to go invisible.
Yeah. That's a powerful cursed item.
Dude, yeah, that's why they have it referenced in, everything.
Yeah.
It's invisibility is incredibly OP if you really know what to do. It's great.
Yeah, no, invisibility is insane. Because not only that, with the ring on, that invisibility is permanent. You can do whatever you want while you're invisible.
Yeah.
And that's insane.
It's really, really good.
Yeah. So, you can't tell me that curses are not an effective thing. It doesn't matter if you can't remove it. Yeah. Or if you can remove it. It doesn't matter. Because if you play your cards right, and you write that curse well enough, boy, you got one of the most famous fantasy stories in human history.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's...
I don't think there is.
Fantasy specifically, like, probably not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, there's mythology that's probably more famous, but that's
different.
mythology.
That's different, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I don't know. But even just not even looking towards anything else, just fucking read what curses do in, like, what you can do with curses in D&D 5e. Like, it's fine. It's good. Just do it. Just do it effectively. It's not even that hard.
It's really not.
What was it? In my world, you spend money and getting a curse fixed would cost a shit ton because they know you need it and will pay. There you go. Yeah,
that's a very good way to do it.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
it's like, oh, you're cursed.
Yeah,
that's a shame. Well, that's gonna cost, that much.
I love that you've made the American healthcare system awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's good business.
I love escaping into fantasy.
That's why we love playing Cyberpunk, right?
Yeah, there you go. I'm going to pretend there was never a time in my life when I thought Dragon City was a good name for a town.
Wait, was that a real thing?
I mean, to be fair, if you're a child or anything, for I'll give you a pass for at least once going, yeah, Dragon City, right? Because why not? It's fine. Yeah. It's not a bad name. It's just generic. That's all.
Yeah, it's very generic. It's the rogue with no parents.
Yes.
And grew up on the street.
Which, again, not necessarily bad.
It's just very generic.
Crenshinabon. The One Ring. I don't know what Crenshinabon is.
Oh.
I don't know what that refers to.
Is that the name of the ring?
No. That was just. I think that was just the example of what's one of the most famous things.
Oh.
Yeah. Strahd has cursed you with a tracking curse. I can't remove it, but the witches of the Crescent Moon might be able to. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. There was also Elric's sword, Stormbringer.
Ooh.
Elric's sword.
I don't know that one.
I know Stormbringer the name for a lot of things, but I don't know that one specifically. Oh damn, the healthcare, I forgot. No,
one of my favorite cursed items is not actually really a cursed item, it's just a magic item, but it's from Morrowind. It's the Boots of Blinding Speed.
Oh yeah, Boots of Blinding Speed.
I love the Boots of Blinding Speed, my guy.
Yeah, they're great. They're super fun.
My favorite part about them was the fact that if you're a Breton, you have innate magic resist.
Yeah.
So if you put on the Boots of Blinding Speed while you're a Breton, you can still see.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great.
All right. Give me more fucking of your.
Give me more stupid shit.
Excuses as to why these fucking things suck, because they.
Lots of gold and not a whole lot to do with it, so why not just pay someone to take the cursed magic item off from me?
Oh, so you're saying this like it's a bad thing. But it's like you just said they have a lot of gold that they have nothing to do with. Like you already okay, whatever. I'm gonna let it go. Whatever.
Yeah. We already went in.
Take it off, of course, and it's just a temporary speed bump and rather an annoyance to the players. Reason number 2.
That wasn't even like a whole thing. Like you're just saying it's pointless. You give examples that are like tailored to be pointless from the examples that you have created. Yeah, pointless because you didn't go into any creative thought as to how to make them not.
Yeah.
Like what a worthless fucking point.
Maybe he'll get to that.
I fucking hope so.
In the later port.
To be fair, hopefully? Yeah, he is going to say how to fix it, right?
Presumably, because it is.
He said that in the video as well. Oh, okay. He was like, "We got to figure out how to fix it because if we don't, like, why even talk about it?" And it's like, well, yeah, I suppose so. When you've already broken the rules, sure. Yeah. I guess we'll fix something that didn't need to be broken.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Or we'll fix something that you broke yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Crenshinabon was a crystal in the first Drizzt book that I forgot exactly what it does for you, but it can also dominate your mind, and it can turn into a crystal tower.
I remember that. I remember that name.
It's what the book was called, the Crystal Tower. Oh.
God, I read those books like before I met you guys. That was so long ago.
The straw man is strong with this one.
Yeah. Well, now you know Now you know why I had my intro.
Yeah, it's true.
Curses suck. They are gotcha mechanics.
they're
I
not.
hate gotcha mechanics. A classic gotcha mechanic is the rocks fall, you die scenario. It's like, I got you. Or a track.
Okay.
No one actually does that.
Not anymore. No.
Not anymore.
And again, if
why
people
would you
do
even
that,
bring that up?
it's petty. Like, that's what it is. A gotcha thing like that is literally just, it's petty. That's all it is.
Yeah.
The DM is going against the players instead of doing a cooperative game. Like,
yeah, the DM is lashing out.
Yes, exactly.
That's it.
That's what that is. And if you're saying that all curses are just that, that's fucking
Then
stupid.
You've never run a good curse before,
like,
my
yeah,
dude.
exactly. Like, why not make it so that it ties into the character's story, or it just is the next step that they have to take in the grand scheme of things, or just anything, really? Anything you want to do? Yeah, it can be a speed bump for sure, but every speed bump can matter. Like that, like it's about the fucking story that you're telling, and if this happened on their journey through whatever the big thing is for the whole campaign, then that's something that they'll remember potentially, and if they don't, then oh well.
Then yeah.
What are you gonna do? Oh no!
You're not gonna
right?
remember everything about everything that happened.
Yeah. And like,
you won't, and you're the fucking DM.
And let's be fair, if they had fun, that's all that matters in that aspect, right?
Yeah.
They went on this little side thing and they met a bunch of interesting characters. Hell, fucking, if you just put it in there and make them meet some people and that's how they get you can bring those people back.
Yeah.
Because then they can be allies. Like, or just whatever they have to do, they learned information somehow. Something has been gained, whether it be experience, gold, whatever the fuck. Like their life, something has been gained here. Okay?
Yeah. Something happened.
Let's not just flippantly say that every fucking thing that isn't plot is irrelevant, is useless, is stupid, is a speed bump with no consequence. Like, do you understand what this game is? That's the whole game. If you want to boil it down and be reductive, that's the whole game. None of it fucking matters if you really want to be reductive. Okay? So why the fuck should your whole plot matter instead of this one curse thing that you've put in front of them? Okay? Give me a good reason. Oh, because you worked on that more? Oh, well, I like the curse thing more. Great. What are we gonna do with that?
Yikes.
You know? Like, I'm just, you know what I'm saying?
I know,
like,
I know.
I'm actually upset.
Yeah, no, I can tell. I can tell you're angry.
I don't know why I'm so upset about this. It's just curses. I've never had a curse happen in a game to me, but I'm upset because I'm just...
But you have.
But
you have had a curse.
Have I?
Yeah. I cursed you with a coin.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's a cursed coin.
Yes, that's true. That is true. I've already thought of a way to get it.
It's not like a... Oh, well, you already forgot about it.
Yeah.
I thought you liked the curse more than the plot.
I've already forgot. I've already thought of a way for it to be completely gone. So...
Yeah, no, like, that's fair.
Yeah.
And that's the point. Because that's not a curse that's meant to be a big thing.
Exactly.
Hell, Tharnanar's gonna have a fucking reason for that, too.
I'm sure.
But yeah, like...
it's just so... It's so flippant. And it's so... Again, I guess it's more the fact that he's ignored how the rules work, and he's making this video to try to fix something that doesn't need to be fixed. Right?
Yeah, and
like,
it's
that's
just,
what
like...
really gets to me.
Yeah, and the fact that it's just he's going into all these things that are so like they can absolutely be good, and he's completely ignoring how useful they can be.
Yes.
It's just completely binary and single-minded.
Yeah. And
like the curse must accomplish this.
Right. And the only
reason
if
it doesn't, then it's bad.
The only reason why he's doing it is so he can make the video to tell you how to do it better.
Yeah, it's true.
Which is like, oh, okay. Great. You've made a problem that you have fixed. Amazing. Wow.
Good job.
Thank you.
You broke something and then you fixed it.
Yeah. Exalted, moon falls, everyone parries. Yeah. There you go. Back in the day, at least, when perfect defense was still a thing. Yeah. Guys, don't worry. Your camp will never be ambushed because that's a gotcha mechanic and I hate those. Yeah, exactly, right? I got an idea about what a curse about a curse that feels like you're always on fire, and it gets worse and worse, and you have to go to the city of brass to fix it. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Get help from the Ifrits that live there. It's like,
hey, I feel like I'm on fire, but you're not. But
yeah.
But it feels like it.
But I feel it.
What the fuck do you want me to do about it? That sounds like a you thing, bro.
Yeah, no, I like that. That's a good idea, Timothy. Good job.
Yeah.
It's all right, Alejo. You can have my curse. Well, I mean, I'm not like actively looking for being cursed, to be fair. I'm just saying it's never happened to me in a game.
Let's be honest here. You have a curse in real life.
Yes, I do. It's called
Insomnia.
my brain.
Oh, I was gonna say insomnia, but I mean, hey.
Oh, that too. I mean, that's a part of it. It's really multifaceted, this curse.
Yeah, that's a shame. What a shame.
Anyway, please give me your nonsense.
It just goes off and blows up in your face, and you take damage. It's like, oh, take damage. Oh, take damage. Oh, you put the magic item on, you're cursed. Haha, gotcha. Now, as I mentioned, traps are a classic gotcha mechanic, but at least with traps, there are certain things we can do to make them better and far more interesting for our players. For instance, I have a click rule that basically when somebody sets off a trap, I just say click, or that the floor moved a little bit, or you spotted something out of the corner of your eye, and then they have an opportunity to describe what they're going to do in response, and based upon what they do, they might get advantage or disadvantage on their saving throw for that trap. You, of course,
that's fine. That actually, okay, that's totally fair. Go for it. Like, I enjoy that.
That's not a bad idea.
No, I'm fine with it working the way that it works, or doing that way. That's totally fine.
Also have the opportunity to spot and disable the trap, but that's another story for a different day, which of course I actually have videos on traps. So if you want to learn how to make traps more interesting and fun in your game, then I have like a D&D trap collection playlist that you can check out.
That actually sounds like, oh, that was the whole point?
What the fuck?
You said
the point was they're a gotcha mechanic and I don't like it. Also traps. Watch this other video and done.
But it's so insane. I've made traps better already because you can make them more interesting. Implying, of course, that you can do that with curses, but also implying that that's not the case already. Yeah. That you haven't been able to before.
What the fuck, man?
Why? Why? I know why, because you're waiting to the point of like, how do I fix it? It's like, just stop.
Calm yourself, Alejo.
I can't.
I know.
It's okay, Alejo. One track minds bug us all. We got you. It's not. I mean, yeah, it's a one track mind in the sense of making something that's going to be engaging and supposedly helpful to people, right? And people are gonna eat it up. I'm sure some people have, but I'm sure, or at least I'm hopeful, that some people looked at this and went, wait a minute, what the fuck? What are you talking about? I've used curses effectively for like a long time. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like, because they're fine the way they are. Yeah. Why did you, what
are you doing?
What are you doing? Why did you do this? What's the deal with your curses?
What is that? Oh, that's Mayor Candy or whatever.
Oh yeah, have King some candy.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
yeah. King Candy.
I love
King
that
Candy.
Voice. Yeah.
Oh, you seem to have forgotten how traps work. Oh well, I guess let's just pretend that they don't work right at all, and let's just make a band-aid solution to my problem that I created myself.
I really wish you would do a character with that voice. Dude.
I've been thinking about it for sure. I actually have.
I would be a gigantic pain on your part, but I would love it.
No, I like doing that voice. It's fun. Anyway. Let's see. I got insomnia. We be twins. Yeah, it's great.
Shame. What a shame.
I'm sorry. Is a cursed item not just a trap? Basically, yeah. I mean,
but it's kind of basically a mobile trap.
It really is. Let's see. There was also the curse the main guy had in Princess Mononoke. Yeah, that's true. It's been a long time since I watched that. It's a good movie. Not an item, but it was a curse. Yes. Here's my point. Plug. That's my point. Well, so here's the thing. I'm sure those trap videos are fine because I liked that idea. I liked that trap idea. Sure, make them go click, and then they describe how to do it, and you give them bonuses or detriments, but depending on what they do. For sure, that sounds fine. But you could have, like, if you had said, and this is assuming that I buy into your main point. So assuming that I bought into your main point, which I don't, you could have ended that with going, so we can make cursed items kind of work like traps. You know, something to like get the people to go, ooh, how? And then go to your next point, right? Because then they go, oh, but what, how? And then later on, you'll get to your point of like, okay, remember when I said cursed items could be kind of interesting like traps, right? But that's, again, assuming that you didn't make a stupid fucking point in the beginning.
Reason number 3 curses suck. They don't make the game any more fun or interesting.
Fuck off.
You're the arbiter of what is fun and interesting. I bow to you, sir. That's really all I need to say, because fuck me, that's a nothing point. Great. Yeah. For you.
For the game master or players. I mean, you gotta ask yourself, is it fun for the players when they get a curse that they couldn't avoid? Just boom, you're cursed. Like, I don't know, is that fun? Is that interesting? And on the converse, regarding how easy it is to either bypass cursed items or just remove them and sell them anyway, is it fun for a dungeon master to slip an item into the game only to have it discarded or sold almost immediately? Which is
so.
Are you telling? Oh my
Remember
God.
that you are the arbiter of this game. Okay?
Yeah.
So you have made this in such a way that this is possible. Like, right off the bat. Okay?
Yep.
You don't want to do that at all? Just don't fucking make it that way. Hey?
Yeah.
Like, so, I'm just...
I hear your soul pass from your body.
So if you don't want anything to be an unavoidable curse, if that's something you really don't like, then don't make them unavoidable. Make it so that they're signposted in whatever way that you want, okay? Mm-hmm. First, the easy fix. Done. Don't need a video for that. I can just tell you that right off the bat. Like, just say that, like, when they go near the ring, they see an inscription that says, those who wear this ring shall forever... crave the
be cursed,
sea. TM. Or be cursed, TM. But like, crave the sea forevermore. Like, and it's like, oh, what the fuck does that mean? And it's that
sounds bad,
right? It's like, oh, that doesn't, like, I'm a bird. I don't want to be in the sea.
I shouldn't drink the ocean.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
I played Ark, but that's not how it works in real life.
And the thing, and what it does is that it makes it so that you are drawn to the ocean. You always want to be under the water, but and I guess it would give you water breathing. Sure, let's make it so it's at least not going to kill you outright.
Yeah.
And so you're under the water forever. Like, that's what, and you don't ever want to come up. Like, in fact, you fear the land.
So you turn into a deep one, basically.
Yeah, basically you turn into a deep one. Well, no, they can
or a Kuatoa in this case.
Yeah. Yeah, so like, oh, well, that's a thing. Uh-oh. And if they look at that and they go, huh, weird,
put
it on the ring, attune to it, and then just go, then it's like, oh,
I can really go for the ocean right now. God,
I can go for salt water.
Hey guys, it's pretty fucking dry over here.
You know, you guys ever
go to
think
the ocean, please?
You guys ever think that? You guys ever think that grass sucks? And like trees and like birds and like animals and like all that kind of stuff on the land. You think the land sucks? You think the earth that we stand on sucks? I do.
I don't really like the ground. It's a little too dry. Is it hot?
Yeah, exactly. Like, over time, that happens to them. And it's like, okay, so you signposted that something bad would probably happen to them, and now they're suffering from the thing. Okay, great.
Yeah.
If you don't do that, then what happens is the things start happening, and they or the party goes, oh, that's not normal.
Yeah.
What the fuck changed?
Why does Joey want to go into the ocean so bad?
Joey, what the fuck? And then you look at Joey's hand, and you go,
John Dungeon.
Oh.
He's got the ring.
Oh, the ring that said, uh-oh, or that didn't say anything. Uh-oh, that ring's bad. Get it off you. And he goes, okay.
But I like this ring.
Well, yeah. Or he goes, okay, and he throws it on the ground. And then, hey, guess what? You now have a ring that you could give to somebody?
Yeah.
That makes them go, oh, fuck, I hate the land, I want the ocean. Like, God, you can utilize... This is fucking
dirty. Turns him into Aiden with an insect glaive.
Exactly. Except for the sea.
Yeah, not the air.
Not the air. But, like, you now have a cursed item that you can, quote-unquote, weaponize.
Joke's on you. The ocean is dirtier than the land now.
Oh. Nice.
Sad. Anyway.
Yes.
But yeah, you could absolutely weaponize these things. Like I don't understand why that doesn't even come into your fucking brain at all.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh god, this sucks. It's bad. Oh no. Oh wait, let's send it as a gift to the
evil king dude, or whatever.
Evil king, or the head of the evil guild, or whatever the fuck you want. Like, or just be an asshole to someone, right? Like, and then guess what? You killed an innocent person, and they come back as a revenant. Oh, right? Like,
oh no, yeah.
Like, there's so many things you can do.
It's not that much.
Oh, right. Sorry, it's just D&D. You can't do a lot.
Yeah. No. What? No. Yeah, no, dude, like fucking hell.
It's just one of those things where you can immediately start thinking about these things. And to be fair, perhaps not all of these things will come to your mind immediately, which is totally fair. Like, I wouldn't expect every single person to think about these things, but on occasion, somebody's gonna think of one of these things. Like, at least one. Like, it's a curse, okay? It's a cursed item. That immediately sparks, like, ooh, at least for me, I go like, ooh, am I a magic user or am I just a guy? Okay, if I'm a magic user, maybe I can figure out the curse and maybe I can utilize that curse potentially because now I know how it works. Or if I'm just a guy, I go, ooh, uh-oh, now I know there's a curse. How can I use this? Or is it beneficial in any way to me at all? And then, yeah, sure, maybe it's beneficial in the way of selling it is the best option, but then, hey, the responsibility of, that's a cursed thing. Do I spend money to get rid of the curse that might cost more than what I get for it as is? Do I care a lot about the well-being of my fellow man? Do I, like, do I hide it away and guard it for the rest of my life, you know? Like, what happens to the mind of the person with the cursed item, right? It's just so chock full of possibilities, and I just hate when you've distilled it down to, it's just a fucking roadblock. I don't care. It's just like a thing, and I am just gonna sell it because all my players, they fucking hate curses, I guess. You know, like, cause fuck it, and because of that, because all my players they just don't engage with it in any way, that means that curses are bad. And also the fact that identify when I use it incorrectly makes it so the curse is known from every magic item. Or I've made the decision that my identify spell or examining the thing is making it so that cursed items are never utilized at all, and that sucks. So it's bad that D&D lets me do this. Sorry, I couldn't keep going with that one. Because it's immediately just, man, I hate that D&D lets me do what I want, and I have to suffer the consequences of my own actions. Fucking hate that.
What a goddamn shame.
It's just so. Anyway. Just when Kid Icarus Uprising becomes my religion, you do the voice that one of the bosses in the game uses. Oh, really? Does one of them sound like King Candy? That's great.
Nice.
Come on now. Why? Yeah, I know, right? That's what I'm thinking this entire video.
It just reminds me, just that, saying that just reminded me of that part in Shadows Over Loathing where you talk to the cannibal horse and you're like, just, come on, man. That's how you stop it?
Yeah. Come on,
it's so
man.
fucking stupid.
It's great. Neurons activated. Yeah, I mean, this is especially for a crowd that is in this hobby. We've been doing it at least for a while, or we have the imagination because we're trying to do it ourselves. Like, even new players, it's like I tell a brand new player, okay, I'm gonna give you a cursed rod of healing, okay, and every time you heal with it, it will spawn it'll spawn a voracious what are those things? Displacer beast.
Ooh, okay.
Now, what are you gonna do with it? Right?
Yeah,
and the player, after I explain what a displacer beast is and what they can do, right? Once I've done that and I've informed the player of every variable, then I assume the player is gonna go like, okay, so this is really useful for healing without having to use spells or a potion or something, right? But there's going to be a displacer beast. What do I do about the displacer beast? Is it worthwhile for me to do this and have a displacer beast just appear in front of me or something? He didn't say where it appears. Oh God, am I doing this to a town? Am I doing this to what am I doing? You know?
Yeah.
Like,
am I just unleashing hordes of fucking displacer beasts across the world every time I heal?
Right. And again, not necessarily the train of thought that the new player is going to go down, but it's a possibility, right?
Yes.
As well as a possibility of, oh, but if that's what a displacer beast does, what happens if I kill it? What happens if I kill it and then, like, take its bits? You know?
Yes.
Like there are fucking... Like, oh, yeah, Draco Kraken spawns a displacer beast. Pet time. Yeah. Maybe you have a lot of food with you now, and you feed the displacer beast, and you tame a displacer beast.
Yeah, or you have, like, a guy who can do speak with animals or something. I don't know if they count as animals.
No, it doesn't count.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a monstrosity.
They talk with it. Oh, okay. Maybe they have speak with monstrosity then. Or they do, or hell, they do like charm monster or whatever.
Yeah. Something like
that's
that.
A thing.
Yeah.
That's an actual thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
and you do that. Like,
it's one of those things where, I trust that people that want to do this hobby are going to have a mind that is at least creative enough to come up with ideas.
Yes.
In scenarios. And if that idea is always going to be, I'm going to sell it for gold, then I understand your mind a bit more, right? Then I can start giving you things.
I can see how small it is.
And not necessarily.
I see that I don't need to bother with the big brain stuff for you.
Right. Well, it's one of those things where now I understand who I'm playing with. Okay, I get what your goals are going to be probably in a lot of situations, and so now I can tailor these things to now be like, okay, so I'm going to give you something really good, but it's cursed, and you can sell it for a lot, but
it's really good.
It's really good, and if you give it to them, I mean,
they're gonna probably use it.
They're probably gonna
get cursed.
Anyway,
how could you live with yourself?
Well, it's just one of those things you can use as like, okay, let's test your morals, I guess, like your character's morals. How is this gonna work? I want to give the straw man my new fire curse. Curses aren't interesting. Bet. You observe the healer curing people with his touch, only for them to get horribly ill when he leaves the town, and now the kingdom has put a bounty on him. Look, plot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy that, you know?
Yeah.
Water. Wave drops fish. Yes. A voracious eater? No. Oh, a displacer beast. Yes. Spawns it. Yeah, that's right. I have a pet displacer beast. My name is Rufus Shinra. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't want a kitty whippins?
Oh my god.
That's right.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. Give me more bullshit.
Basically how I felt with my players, they didn't give a crap about Drown, this awesome, really cool trident that they're just kind of like, meh, we don't want it. How to make curses better. Part of me feels that the real reason we have curses in D&D games these days is the same reason we have alignment. They've been in the game since the beginning.
Seriously? Are you seriously under the impression that we only have curses because they've been grandfathered in? What the fuck?
What? Why did you say that?
Why are you here? Why do you make a video about something you clearly don't even fucking understand?
Why? How did you even arrive at this conclusion?
For fuck's sake.
I assume you're gonna tell me, but I also assume that you're not.
Yeah, no, I'm willing to bet that he's not.
Like, okay. Wow.
Okay, so actually, you know what? Let's take just a small step back.
Yeah, sure.
I'd like you to think, and I'm going to think about it as well. Okay. How many things in D&D do you personally think have actually been grandfathered in and need to go? Because I can't think of a whole ton. Because Thaco is gone.
Yes, it is. I think the alignment, the strictness of the alignment system needs to go.
that needs to go.
But I don't think the alignment system itself needs to go. I think
because there's definite. Yeah, because there are spells that work with it, like protect from good and evil.
Yes.
I don't know if I wasn't gonna say dragons.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, no. Funny. That would have been
out of here. That's just a given. Get them out.
Yeah, just get rid of dragons. Fuck it. Get rid of all the dungeons too.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say maybe because in the beginning of the game, like the early games, dragons were super easy to kill, and now they're a lot harder, and that's good. That's how they should be. So that's not really something that's been grandfathered in. It's changed. I can't think of anything really.
I'm really struggling. I really am, because a lot of it can work really well.
How about in 5e, do you still have to be a specific class to have sleight of hand? And pickpocketing? Because I know that was a big thing in 3. No, okay.
You can technically attempt any skill as anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Because that was something that needed to go in 3.5. I always thought that was really stupid. Being able to attempt it, you should be able to attempt.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that for sure.
That was what I didn't like. The fact that it's like, oh, you're not this class, you can't do it at all.
Yeah,
it's no, you should be able to try.
So technically, you can, if you put in 2 points to unlock it. You can unlock any skill. It just costs double.
Okay.
That's in 3.5. It's just you have to actually spend your skill points to do so. Which is why I think it works fine in that, because if you want to have somebody who can attempt it at least, then you just unlock it basically in one of your levels. It just means you're not going to be as good at something else.
Yeah.
Which you could just specialize in, right? Again, pros and cons, all that kind of stuff, which I think is why it works really well. Yeah,
because if you ever have a rogue in the party, there's no reason for you to go down sleight of hand if you want to save your stuff.
Yep. Yeah, cross-class skills. Yeah, exactly, in 3.5. Yep.
Yeah.
So, it's just, it's just in the moment later on, it's like, damn, but I think just the way that it's made, it makes sense from the beginning, as long as you understand how the rules work.
Yeah, so then I think... So I can't think of anything. I don't think there's really anything in this game that falls under that category.
No,
Curses is just about the furthest thing I could say.
Right, exactly. We've gotten rid of a lot of things to make it more simplified for 5e. So, and they're putting them back in for 1D&D.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's a lot that's grandfathered in for sure that I would point to.
And certainly
readily.
There are things that have been grandfathered in, but not things that need to go.
Right, sure. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, unnecessary.
yes,
things that are grandfathered in. I don't think, except for the strictness of the alignment system, which, to be fair, is kind of it's kind of gone anyway. Like,
that's kind of gone because most people just
popular consciousness. Let's see. Why do players roll dice? It was just grandfathered in.
Yeah.
I know, I hate it. Why would you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christ.
So. All right. Please give me reasoning, or it's just going to be a nonsense thing that you've brought up. Awesome.
Yeah.
And no one has gotten around to either expunging them or improving them. Of course, Wizards of the Coast is well on their way to getting rid of alignment. In fact, I'll call it now. The 6th edition of D&D, what they're calling 1D&D, in an effort to not have 5e sales tank, will remove alignment from the game. You see,
no.
Why? Why would they even?
I assume he'll go into it, but he's just he's saying because it's been grandfathered in, nobody really cares about it, it'll be removed, and it's like, no, sir. Even if they they remove a lot about it, it'll still be in there.
Yeah,
like it's something that I don't understand.
Alignment is kind of core to the game. It's hugely important, but it's not core to the game. Core to its identity.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, when you make a character, you know, the alignment chart is iconic.
Yeah. If they got rid of that, I think people would be angry.
Yeah, no, they would be.
And so, like, and to be fair, I wouldn't be. Like, I wouldn't care, because I could just go, well, I'm a good guy.
I'm just going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do for my character. It doesn't matter what my alignment is. But then, if they remove that, they have to remove all the things that have, like, alignment spells, right? Like,
yes.
Protection from good and evil and all that kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Unless they just change it.
Right,
basically.
which it'd be just protection, and it's like, oh, but you already have spells like that, so why do that, you know?
Yeah.
It would be a monumental change in a couple of ways, unfortunately, if they were to just remove it entirely. But
yeah,
it's a silly man right there. It's a silly thing to say.
Yep.
Tell me why.
Alignment is a troublesome mechanic that seems to cause a lot of outrage on social media platforms like Twitter.
Oh,
so
yeah,
for
whoopee.
sure it's going to be gone. However,
it's
oh no.
To be fair,
it's true.
To be entirely fair, they seem to pay attention a lot more to people on Twitter and shit than really a lot.
Then they should.
Yeah, so like, I understand where your reasoning is from. Then okay. But it's not gonna happen.
It's still not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen.
Well, okay, you know what? I say that, and we say that, but they fucking got rid of the Mind Flayer hive mind because people are like, oh, we don't like hive minds.
Yeah.
We want individualism in even our alien aberrations from another dimension.
They don't
who
have
are
slaves.
Slavers.
They aren't evil. Yeah, I know.
Thank God there's still fucking interdimensional slavers and brain eaters in Baldur's Gate.
No. You're mind controlled. It's not slavery, idiot.
It's just mind control.
I know.
It's thank God.
Yeah.
No. Thank you, Larian, for not being fucking pussies.
Yeah, it's definitely they have bent to a lot of things, but I really if they do get rid of alignment, then I will be surprised. Okay?
Yeah, I would be too.
That's as far as I'll go.
Yeah.
What about curses? Is it possible for us to cause enough of an uproar about curses for Wizards of the Coast to improve them? Probably not, but that's okay. I got you.
Okay. So we don't need you. First off,
we don't need you.
I'm sorry. In this instance, we don't need you for this at all. I'm sorry. Like we
don't need you for much. Let's be honest.
You are literally causing the problem to fix it.
Yeah.
In the video, okay?
You're selling the cure to the virus you made. Good job.
Exactly. Like, even saying, oh, could we cause enough of an uproar? Like, to give it even a thought is like, do you understand why, like, people don't care enough to do that? It's because it's not a problem. Like,
it's not.
Even if you don't like curses, then you just don't use them, okay?
Yeah.
And it doesn't change anything. It's there for you to use or not, really.
Like, it's a mechanic.
It is. the spell bestow curse is there for you to take or it isn't, like for every spell. And like the magic items, the game is not built around them, but you can still put them in or not. Like no one gives a shit. No one gives a shit about if curses are bad or good, okay? Like to a degree of like it being something that would cause outrage, okay? I'm outraged at the fact that you think that they are bad when they are undeniably functional.
Yes.
Especially when you read how they work.
Yeah. When you understand how they work, they work.
They work.
It just works.
It really does.
It just works.
It just works. Or you pull a Pathfinder and give monsters alignment-based damage. Ooh, yeah, there you go. Hey.
Yeah.
I'm back.
So what they do, like evil damage and neutral damage?
I don't know.
And
there
good
used
damage?
to be, well, it used to be that you did positive and negative and all that kind of stuff a long while ago, so maybe something like that.
And I know that in the super olden days, there was the alignment languages, which were fucking hilarious.
Yes, that's so weird.
I'm gonna speak evil
that's
to
still,
him.
I think that's still in 3.5, actually, which is funny.
Yo.
Yeah.
It's so stupid, but I love it.
It is dumb as hell. People don't have enough moral outrage against curses, but I can fix that. Please don't, sir. I'm good. No, he's just fixing how curses don't work. That's what he's doing. Haha. He's causing my moral outrage into the video.
God.
Because we're going to go over 5 ways you can make curses better in D&D.
Let me be fair. These could potentially make curses better just in general, but not in the way that he's saying that they need to be, you know?
Yeah.
And if he does even a thing of like, oh, we'll just, like, if it's ever just, we'll just use them the way that they are, like, without him saying
for fuck's
that,
sake.
then I, like, because I assume one of them, and probably this first one is going to be, don't make identify, make it so you know all the things, right?
Yeah,
in which case I'd go,
basically just like,
okay, already not doing that, but okay.
Yeah, that's already strike one, where it's like, yeah, that's already part of the rules, okay.
Yeah. Was he saying curses make it sell less? No. He was saying that that he thinks that Wizards of the Coast is going to remove alignment from 1D&D, which I
highly doubt.
I highly doubt, and if it does, then I'm surprised. I'm going to be real surprised.
I hate that whole meme or meme about you got this.
I hate you.
Do you see? Fucking really?
He doesn't know how to say meme.
You don't know how to pronounce meme?
That's amazing.
What the fuck?
This was 8 months ago.
Yeah,
meme has been a word for longer than we've used it.
Yeah, it has, and it's always been pronounced the same fucking way.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Anyway,
well, that's a pretty meme.
He hates the old impact font meme from 2002.
Oh no!
Oh no! You got this. Remember this? Hey, fellow kids, do you remember this meme?
I don't remember this meme.
I do.
I do not remember this meme.
I've seen this around a lot before, man.
Like 20 years, literally 20 fucking years ago.
Basically, yeah.
Jesus, I was 10.
Yeah.
So
right,
no,
yeah,
I don't remember this.
It's like, I don't think it was really like that long ago, but you know what I mean. It's been a long time.
It's been a while. Dude. I'm relatively familiar with most of the like image memes. I'm not actually just a meme lord. I watch a lot of videos of people who use memes, and so I've seen a good bit.
Yeah.
This is not one I've ever seen.
Really? That's crazy.
I've seen the clenched fist baby, but I've never seen the "you got this" tag on it.
Yeah. No, I've seen that for sure. And
I've never seen that one.
Baby for sure. I've seen a lot.
Yeah, I've definitely seen clenched fist baby though.
Yeah. What did he say? Huh? Where am I? I am, in fact, old enough to remember this in middle school. Yeah, I think that was around I don't remember when it was that, but
long ago.
It was a while ago.
In the olden times with Abe Lincoln and cavemen and
That's
shit.
right. Yes, and dinosaurs that shot lasers. It was crazy.
Dude.
Like, I just don't. like it. I'd rather somebody give some meaningful, useful advice or help rather than just send a picture that says like, you got this, because that's not helpful nor encouraging.
Okay,
Okay,
my guy, I
do
understand
you
you
not?
go on.
I don't think you understand memes or memes.
Right. I understand that you go on a tangent or two. In fact, we do as well. It would be hypocritical for me to go, don't go on a tangent, because we do all the time. What I'm going to say is, what is your point?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Like, usually tangents are tied, because we usually go off of something
that is related to this.
Usually. Now,
and
there
then
are times
we swing back around. We go on a fucking like long car like a road trip.
Yeah, for sure. It's happened a lot. It has happened a lot. Don't get me wrong, for sure. And sometimes it's based off of nothing. You know, it reminds me of something else that has nothing to do with the thing. That's fair. That happens a lot. But my question more so is about the video. What is the point that you are putting this in for? Because, like, is it to make you seem more relatable? Because that's the only thing that I can see of, like, oh, I don't like these memes. I would rather you do the thing. Like, that's what I assume it's going for, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what you're doing here. Why? Why did you leave it in? Is my question.
Yeah.
I assume the next thing you're going to say is, like, because if you use memes effectively, which I don't use them. I don't usually use them because I don't know how to use them effectively. Sometimes I find a funny thing and I go, hey, but then I just leave it to myself most of the time, unless it's a video, in which case I go, hey guys, look at this. Or it's just a screenshot of something. You know, it's never like a meme. I don't do like exchanges of memes. Okay, I'm an old man apparently. But because I'd rather say something myself. But like everybody who uses them kind of like has this understanding of what they mean when you send them. It's not it's an encouragement thing for that one, I assume. It's to encourage you and go with a funny little baby. It's got a fist. It's like looks determined and going like, you got this, because that's how you feel about them. It's not intended for you to get like a dissertation about how they're going to be able to get through it. Yeah, it's just a little
it's
a
like
boost.
Imagine it's like a greeting card.
Yeah. And to be fair, greeting cards are kind of useless too. Don't get me wrong, but the meme is more personal because you kind of have to
because they have chosen a meme that relates to your situation.
Yes, exactly.
Like, for example, I can choose a meme that relates to this, and watch this. This is how I feel right fucking now.
Oh, this is exciting.
That's how I feel right now.
Let me...
I love that meme, by the way.
Let me put that up for people.
I stole that. I didn't steal it. I just looked it up. That is how I feel right now.
It's just a rat.
It's just a rat with a gun.
A rat with a gun. I think that's the Twitch emote for that gun hand thing. I think that's a Twitch emote.
It's just like that. It's just the standard, like, aiming the gun at the person. This is another one. I've got a second one where it's the rat that gets grabbed. That one. It works. It's even better because he's kind of standing up
and everything.
Yeah, no, it's really good. And so I usually, whenever you see people play Skaven and Total War Warhammer, they usually have like the rat.
Yeah.
They have like the Ickot claw face on the rat, and he's holding the gun.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's great. But
I love those.
And now let me.
I have chosen that meme in relation to this situation because this is how you are making me feel.
Yeah, exactly. Hello.
I aimed a gun at a man.
He did, with a rat.
Twice.
Can't hear you if you're saying it.
There we go. Yeah, I saw the green ring wasn't lighting up. Okay. What's up, you fuckers?
We're learning
having a bad time.
Yeah.
I can't stay. I woke up from like falling asleep at 7.
Oh yeah.
Saw you guys were in a call. Was like, I'll stop in, say hi, and then go back to bed. But have a fun rest of your podcast.
We won't.
Okay, we won't. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
thank you for the offering.
Okay, well, I'm doing what I can.
Yeah.
By the way,
You should have sent a meme of a clenched fist baby saying you got the.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. With the impact font and everything,
Yeah.
for sure. Anyway,
by the way, I saw when I finished that story, my connection was down to 1 bar. How much of that actually transmitted?
oh, we got it. That you fell asleep, basically at 7 or so, and then you woke up rather recently, and you saw that we were in a call, and you jump in and all that. Yeah.
Say hi and
Yeah. All right. Well, have a fun podcast regardless.
Yeah.
Yep.
Goodbye. Okay.
God.
Let's see. So memes make curses bad now? No, it's just a tangent.
Christ.
Hey, fellow children, remember hamster dance?
Remember banana phone?
Oh God, shut up.
You remember the Badgers
That's
thing?
class. That's
Is it?
class. Yes.
Oh, okay.
No, it's just memorable as all. That was an interesting
Remember
rant.
peanut butter jelly time? Remember that?
Yeah, of course. That was an interesting rant, and as pointless as how you perceived curses items to be. Yep. Yay, Hamtaro. Yo, dudes, you got this. Winky face, thumbs up. Thanks. Aiden, the meme brought you to life, and he's gone.
God damn it.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Bridging, for what it's worth. Feels like a cop-out. Anyway, let's talk about D&D, shall we? And by the way, if you'd like to get the written version of these 5 different ways you can make curses better, including a step-by-step guide for how to create your own curses, this month we published Accursed Arcanum, a practical guide to hexes and curses.
Oh, that's the reason. That's the reason why this video exists.
So we can plug something else.
That's it. They just published this supplement that they put on DM's Guild. That's it.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You know what? Can I say I gotta say something here.
Yeah.
This is okay, hang on, I'm sorry.
You're
Okay. So, okay. You guys probably know, I don't talk about it very often, but I'm writing.
Yeah.
I've never talked about it.
No, never.
When I release my bullshit, I'm not gonna fucking make a video talking about why other Call of Cthulhu campaigns are bad. And how they need to be improved. And then immediately plug, hey, I've got my own campaign here, you could buy it. I'm not gonna fucking do that. Because I'm not a fucking hack.
Well, the problem is, I think he believes this. I don't think that he remembers or read what happens in 5e.
Yeah.
I think that it's not him intentionally being a hack or anything. It's just that he thinks that 5e curses don't work. And he made a supplement to make them work, and yet it works already.
Yeah,
now,
and then it fucking...
To be fair, it's valuable in having curses and such, I'm sure.
Yeah,
okay? I'm sure
it's probably good for curses.
I'm sure that it has a bunch of cool ideas and stuff that you can put in your thing. I am willing to bet that it's worth some money, okay? I'm willing to say that. But this video sucks.
Yep.
And that you attached it to this video sucks.
Yeah.
Because you're really basing it off of a conclusion that you have not even refreshed yourself on the evidence for.
Yeah, fuck me.
So you
made a supplement to improve something that didn't need to be improved or fixed. Sorry, it can be improved.
Yes,
everything can be improved. Yeah, everything can be improved.
Exactly.
Yeah, you made a supplement to fix something that didn't need to be fixed.
Yeah.
How much money did that cost you? Because making stuff costs.
It's true, but at the same time, again, I'm sure it's worth money. I'm sure it's worth some time to read, but when you include it and have linked it to this video, you make it so that I don't want to purchase it. Because again, I don't think that you have an understanding of how 5e works in this aspect.
Yeah,
So why should I trust that your supplement is going to be good?
That's a very good. I was thinking of it from a different angle. I hadn't considered that. That's 100% true as well.
It's just how the perception is because of what you've put out. And that's unfortunate because, again, I assume, and I'm sure that I'm right about this, I assume that it has good curse material and good ideas in it that is worth money. But man, you've really hampered this. At least for me. And I assume other people who are going to actually, like, take a look at the video and really think about it.
Man.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
What are you doing? This video is still going. Oh yeah, we got 11 more minutes.
Yeah, dude.
There's a lot. There's a lot to this.
Because this one hurts.
Yep. Pain.
Yep. It's always pain with him.
It's always pain.
What is it? The DM layer.
The DM layer, yes. Also, plug. Haha. Ugh.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, time to play Hustle or Scam.
Oof.
No, it's definitely, like, again, I truly believe that he believes that he has actually fixed something, right? I really do think that was the case. And if that's not the case, and he is just doing this in order to drive up the engagement by getting you to go, that's not correct, how did you fix this, and, like, quote-unquote hate by it, then that would just be scummy, but I'm not going to assume that. I'm going to give my best faith interpretation, okay? Because I would rather not have that be something that I would think of anybody that doesn't deserve it.
Unless it's like Activision Blizzard.
Right, exactly. Unless they are proven to be scum.
Yeah.
Like Activision Blizzard. Tiamat, help us. She's not listening.
No. She's laughing.
Yeah, she's actually absolutely laughing. Yeah. Peanut butter leukemia time? Hell yeah. Let's go.
Oh, man.
Ayo.
January and February 2023, it is available exclusively to all $15 and above DM Layer patrons, and then in March, it will move over to the DM Layer store. But I am going over all the information in this video right here, so you don't gotta go buy it, you can just take notes and get it for free.
Oh!
Okay.
You know what? To be fair, that actually gives me a better perception of the actual material.
Yeah.
But again, look at what you tied it to.
Yeah, it's
amazing.
Yeah.
Very good.
And I'm going to be honest, that's a pretty stupid business decision, but whatever. Hopefully it didn't cost you too much to make it.
Expand.
Well, to be fair, I think these things are made for the audience to buy because they want to support the person rather than necessarily making money from people that aren't going to, like, watch the video or anything, you know?
It's true. Yeah.
The use of curses. First of all, we don't have to just curse magic items, but you can also place curses where traps would typically go. And then
so the floor.
Well, let me remind you that in 2021, May 2021, I believe it is, that Van Richter's Guide to Ravenloft came out. And again, that specific section on curses was going over how to curse things, whether it be people, places, actions, all of these kinds of things. That
you can
came
curse
out
an action?
Well, in this, I guess, as a result of an action.
Okay. So like you do a thing and then you're cursed because of it. Okay. Like you pull a lever and you're cursed.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
Simple as that.
Yeah. It was just an example.
Yeah. Now, again, I'm going to stress this. This video came out 8 months ago. 2021 is more than 8 months ago. There was plenty of time for you to have another look at all of the material that is relevant. I looked up curses in 5e, and Van Richten's Guide was one of the things that came up for me in the first page. Of Google, just so that I could see if I could find lists and all that kind of stuff, just to see if there were any cursed items lists that were relevant to 5e. And it was hard actually because they don't really list that. They list 3.5 stuff more than they list 5e stuff, which I think is fair.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
But it came up and I was like, oh, and then I went and I looked into it and I found the section. So I want you to understand also that you saying, hey, maybe we don't just use curses on items is like level 0.5 of the what do we do with curses, okay?
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't think to do items first at all. I would think person.
Yes.
I want to curse the person, which bestow curse is a spell that lets you curse a person. And
Can you
upcast it?
If you can it only curse a person, or can it do like a target or a target creature?
I will double check, but I believe it is a target creature.
Okay.
Let's find out. Bestow curse 5e. Bop, bop. It is you touch a creature.
Okay.
There you go. So yeah.
Enemies and NPCs could also place curses on the characters themselves.
Please tell me he brings up bestow curse. Fuck. Please.
Oh, I had to walk away. Oh, God.
Please tell me he brings up bestow curse. Holy shit.
I just need him to say the whole thing now. Are you fucking kidding me? It is pain, but it is free. Yes.
Get it for free. Number 1, expand the use of curses. First of all, we don't have to just curse magic items, but you can also place curses where traps would typically go. And then enemies and NPCs could also place curses on the characters themselves via magic or witchcraft. I think we can really just get more imaginative about how we place and introduce curses into our games. And instead of having curses just be some throwaway thing that we put on a magic item that's probably just going to be discarded or sold, we could have curses be more central to an adventure or even the entire campaign if we want.
Oh my fucking god. I don't understand why this is something that probably came to him and be like, and he was like, yo, this is a great idea. And be like, and thinking that no one's ever come up with it before.
I don't know who this is for anymore.
This is for, like, people who have never played this game before.
I guess, right? Or never imagined anything to do with a curse. I don't, like, I'm glad that you're saying it, okay? To be fair, I'm glad that you're saying it and you're not, like, leaving it out that these are possibilities to do with curses, but my god.
Yeah,
like,
no.
How did you not finish, like, figure this out before?
Yeah.
This
is some of the most basic shit I've ever heard. And he's talking about this like it's a big deal, like it's a discovery. That's the thing. For me,
what is the circle that he's running in? Is this made for, like, out of the womb children? Like,
out of the
wombat children? Is it made for wombat children?
Dude, that's my only idea. Like, this has to be for people who have never played this game before.
Because, man, oh man,
it's
an insult to the intelligence of those children.
Yeah, like, this really is one of the most basic things. Now, when I think of curses, I do usually default to a magic item.
Sure.
I will admit that.
Sure.
Whenever I've cursed you guys, it has always been with a magic item or
fair.
just an item.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to really put my head together, or, really put some effort into it and curse something, or if I wanted to do a curse that was unique and memorable, that's when I would start being like, okay, they walk through the archway and then they're cursed when they
Sure.
enter the dungeon, and they have to kill the dude at the end of it to get rid of it, or something like that.
Sure.
Or like the monster itself is cursed.
Yep.
And it's like where it goes, there's darkness.
It's
and
just,
so it's, you know,
do you, like, has he never heard of a werewolf?
oh
you know?
my god, yeah.
Like, it's the quintessential I have been cursed to be this thing.
The curse of lycanthropy.
Yes, the curse of lycanthropy. It's been used as a storytelling device for years, man. Like 100 years, maybe.
Probably well over 100.
Well
years.
over 100. Actually, fucking the werewolf story has been around for hundreds of years, for certain, because the loup garou and all that kind of stuff from France, and I think that was the 1800s, maybe.
Dude.
The vampirism was a curse because of a deal with the devil. Like, that was a thing that was part of the lore at one point. There are so many examples from popular culture that you can draw from that he would know, that people will know after some time. Again, at this point that they're watching, to be fair, let's gauge it from the fact that you need to be at least 13, I think it was, to have a YouTube account, okay? At 13 years old, 13 years that you have been alive.
Over a decade.
Over a decade on this planet. You have never heard of a werewolf.
There is no fucking way you've never heard of a werewolf because of how intrinsic that particular monster is, alongside vampires, to Halloween.
Yes.
There's no way.
Yes, exactly.
There's no fucking way.
Witches cursing people is a part of Halloween stuff too.
That shit happens in Bugs fucking Bunny.
Yeah. Yes. For sure. Like,
hell, you meet Satan in Bugs Bunny, and he's a dog.
That's right.
Remember that?
That's right. That's right.
There's no way.
I just, like, even if you, I guess you have to be the most sheltered person in all of history.
Yeah.
To not have known any of this.
You have to be John Shelter.
John Shelter, the man, the myth,
that's actually
the legend.
That's actually kind of a badass hero.
It's not bad.
John Shelter.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. Anyway,
that's a fucking Kojima name if I've ever heard one.
Yo, dude, John Shelterman. Yeah, dude. That'd be pretty sweet.
It'd be pretty sweet. I just
like Sundowner. He's got fucking shields and shit.
So again, I just, and it's insulting to the intelligence to have this be your solution, as well as it's, again, based off of not having a grasp on the rules of cursed magic items or curses in general with all of the material that you have access to. Look behind you. Look at that shelf of books. You cannot convince me that he does not have a DMG, a PHB, or Van Richten's. Okay?
Yeah. If you're a D&D content creator, like a big one, you have all the books. That's a given.
You are flaunting it. Okay? You are giving us the nerd cred, so I expect that you are going to deliver, and you are disappointing me to such a degree.
Ugh. Yeah, it's not good.
I don't mean to be this angry about fucking curses, but man.
No, it's not, because the thing is, it's not just curses.
I know.
It's an almost, I don't know if it actually is, I can't confirm that. It's an almost willful ignorance about it.
Right, it feels that way. It does feel that way, which is just
so bad.
Weird. I don't understand. But again, can't confirm it. It just feels wrong.
Yeah. No, it's really bad.
Okay. Aiden is gonna watch this later to share her pain, right? No.
No, he shouldn't. We're gonna tell him not to.
I mean, he probably
hurts.
just he doesn't have time.
Oh yeah, honestly,
he has time to be on the show, but he doesn't have
He's not
time
trying to watch it after the fact.
to watch it. No,
I don't either.
Yeah, I'm the only one who does,
care.
at least partially.
Yeah.
Wait till he learns you can attack objects. He's gonna blow his mind. That's right.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh,
holy shit.
Sorry, I skipped. Can you cast Stone Curse on a gnome and put them on your lawn? Yeah, why not? Yeah.
You can do that in Terraria.
Lawn gnome. Yeah.
That's an achievement, yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was Starbound.
Could be either, to be fair.
I think it might have been
They're kind of
Starbound.
interchangeable at this point.
Yeah.
The Lotus Eater's story was a sort of curse, trapping people to suck the life force from them. It's from Greek mythology.
Okay.
Fucking, what was it? The Persephone. Persephone was cursed to.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it was more of a bargain, but it was kind of a curse, I guess. No, the what's his face? Atlas.
Hades.
Atlas.
No, it was.
I know. Hades was the one who had her go to the underworld. I'm just thinking of a different person.
Okay, yeah.
Atlas had this to hold the world. That's his thing.
But he was a titan, so it's not really a curse.
That's
it's
true.
Just like the
Well,
gods
it's his
being
punishment,
like, hey,
I guess.
you
Yeah.
fucker. Yeah, it's more punishment than curse.
Oh, Prometheus. Another punishment. You could say punishments are curses in some ways, sort of.
Yeah,
but
it's true.
I guess Prometheus would be better for the magical element of him having to always be eaten and then his liver, right?
Was it Perseus? I thought that was
Prometheus. Prometheus.
Oh, Prometheus. Was that
Yes.
Prometheus?
Because he gave fire, and then they trapped
and then they put him on the
rock.
mountain, and then the birds were always eating his guts.
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay.
I thought that was him.
I could have sworn it was somebody else, but I don't actually know.
I
don't know a
yeah,
whole ton about Greek mythology.
That's fair.
I know some of the cliff notes, basically.
Fair enough. It's been a hot minute since I thought about it, so I might be wrong.
I didn't play God of War.
Me either. But I want to. I heard about werewolves as a small child from my dad and was rather obsessed with them for a while. Same.
There you go.
I was, like I said in the beginning, I was a werewolf kid for a while, and then as I've matured, I've become a vampire man. So like, you know. Anyway, it's just, again, I'm sorry this is taking so long. It's just baffling, this video. Baffling.
This could be important and impactful to the plot and what's going on in the world. Number 2, make
just make them important. Instead of making them pointless, make them important. It's like,
make them important.
Good job. Okay. I'm glad that you have fixed this for yourself. Very good.
See, now here's...
I have to wonder that, like, when did this story of him, like, having the drown be sold and stuff actually happen? Because it can't have been anytime recent. It really couldn't have been.
So now here's a thing that I just thought of.
Yeah.
I remember how you were going over like, oh, I'm sure this book is really good and blah, 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 blah.
It's worth money for sure.
I'm not so sure it is, because at this point he's already stated that he would be like saying this is all shit from the book.
Oh yeah, you're
so
right.
that means that in the book it's this baby level obvious shit.
Oh, you're right. No, he did say that.
So this might be like one of the most useless books that you could buy.
I mean, no, it's again, to be fair, there could be some ideas.
That's why I'm saying might.
Right. I will stand behind there's probably some ideas in there that you might not have thought of potentially, right?
Man, I hope.
I have to hedge my bets on that, you know?
I sure fucking hope that there are some ideas in that book that you couldn't find just in a fucking Reddit thread.
Yeah.
God, I hope.
Yeah. I know a lot about Greek mythology, but I need more typing space.
Yeah.
I need a lot more type. A lot mistype. Yeah. A lot more space. You're good.
Curses more challenging and interesting to remove. Casting remove curse to remove a curse is uninteresting and boring. It adds nothing to the game besides an easy way out. However, excitement in the game often comes from overcoming challenges and adversity, not from quick and easy solutions. For
no
instance, there's a dungeon.
shit.
It's just.
Hey, Alejo. I have an idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a lich. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a lich.
Right.
And in order to kill him,
yeah,
You know how you normally have to kill a lich by like finding its phylactery
Yeah.
and destroying it,
Yeah.
which is super fucking cool.
Right.
And in the not DMG, even in the monster manual,
Yeah.
Where you go over liches, it actually says that like
Yes.
even finding the phylactery should be like a full adventure.
Right. Yes.
I'm gonna make a lich where you can stab him and he dies.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, that sounds great. What?
Do you
Nobody's
think,
thought
do
of
you
that?
think,
Wow.
Do you think I should change that? Or should I just do that? Should I make it
No.
interesting?
First draft. That's all. That's all you need.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm also gonna do a thing where in my Cthulhu campaign, you fight
Yeah.
Cthulhu, and if you shoot him, he dies.
Okay. Oh shit.
Yeah,
Nice.
and then you win.
Right.
You win
fuck.
Call of Cthulhu.
Wow. Oh.
John Investigator. He won.
Well,
Here we are.
Here we are. How did we get here?
I don't know.
So
but here we are.
Okay. Okay. So there, I will give you, right? I'll make some concessions.
Okay.
I'll give you that there
As
are
long
some
as they're not
people.
too expensive.
I'm sorry, they're about $5 each.
Ugh. Like a bag of pop for like fucking bottle of popcorn.
Yeah, bottle.
And then a carton of soda.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if sodas came in cartons? Dude, that'd be
fucked.
I would love it. Anyway, go on.
Okay.
Sorry.
So no, you're good. I'll give you some concessions of our current climate of people that enjoy these movies that have literally nothing, and people are rewarded for writing shittily. Okay.
Okay.
I'll give you that exists, and you need to start telling people somehow, getting them to realize, which is happening, thankfully, over time as they see how shit things are, in hindsight somehow, and then not think about it for the next thing. But the disillusionment is happening, but you've got to get them early, sure. Maybe saying, hey, maybe making the thing shit is bad.
Yeah.
I'll give you that, okay? But
sure.
man, oh man, I want to at least believe that people are going to be intelligent enough to know that.
God.
Okay? I'll give you the
know.
concession, but man, I would hope and expect better of you in your video than to just do that. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, who are we making this for?
Babes.
Apparently.
Not the good kind. The screaming, shitting kind. Unless you're into that. In which case, please no.
Oh, God. Curses are a challenge. Yeah, curses themselves are a challenge. Exactly.
Yes.
It's great. I love this video. It's the best.
It's
really
got
bad. 10
bad.
more fucking minutes.
we gotta stop every like 20 seconds because of some
I know.
ratchet shit.
To clear out, and the player's like, oh cool, I create 100 skeletons and send them out to do the deed. And then the dungeon master's just like, oh, okay, cool, that's great. The dungeon has been cleared out.
Dude,
that was a fun adventure.
Okay, I'm sorry. Stop.
Yeah, no, you're good.
If I was a DM and I threw a dungeon at my players and they're like, dude, we're gonna summon an army of skeletons and do it, I would be fucking thrilled at that.
That implies a lot of stuff, right?
That implies a lot of planning, and it implies a lot of resource expenditure, but it's also so fucking creative.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, like, you get to go through and you see the corpses of everything. And then here's the other thing. Let's say that dungeon was important. Let's say the boss at the end of it had, like, a note or a map or something. That map's probably destroyed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because your skeletons, you can't control them perfectly. You can't see through their eyes. And if you send 100 skeletons into a room to kill a dude, he's going to get reduced to a bloody pulp.
Probably.
He's going to get Julius Caesared.
Yeah.
But regardless, I'd be smiling ear to ear at that.
Well, yeah, like
that'd be fucking hilarious and awesome.
Yeah, it's
like the Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
Yes.
Imagine if all the skeletons were made of money.
Yeah. I love casting spells.
They love casting spells. Legalize nuclear bombs. Flag Messiah.
But like, I actually like I made a character who was a necromancer in a 2E campaign.
I've never heard of him before.
And he was a lawful good necromancer.
Okay, yes.
Who was very timid and
Yes.
would, do his thing to use the necromancy to kind of help people and all that kind of shit. And he thought that what he should do is teach the peasantry, basically, necromancy, so that they could rise up if they needed to and defend themselves.
Oh, that's okay.
Yep. It's not a good idea, but he was naive.
Indeed, he was.
I wish that had gone on longer because I would have loved to see where that had gone. But
goddamn.
We got to a dungeon at one point, and it was a dungeon that had been used by an evil necromancer. And so one of the things that I did was I controlled his skeletons, and I had them do stuff for us in the dungeon so that we would be safer.
Cool.
It's just one of those things. And then afterwards, we were all like, well, I guess we're just taking over the place. And then I was like, well, now I have all these skeletons that I can tell what to do. These ones are like trained to make like fabrics and stuff. So I guess they're going to do that. And I'll have these guys
make like a textile mill.
Yeah. Like I was like, okay, I guess we'll just do this. Okay. So like, I don't know, doing things to mitigate, risk is never a bad idea.
It's really not.
And then you can, again, be creative with what you do with those things. Like, however you want. It's D&D, man.
There's giant manta ray miniatures.
Oh, nice.
And they look fucking scary.
Fuck yeah.
That's awesome.
Shadow could shoot Cthulhu because he has a gun. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
He
like
could.
taking candy from a baby.
That's
which
right.
is fine by me.
Chaos control. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Wait, do I control Cthulhu now? Shit.
Oh, shit. I hope not.
Yeah, I want bone boyfriends. Yeah. Bone boyfriends. Yeah.
I remember the fucking skeletons in Sea of Thieves, the white boys. Remember them?
Oh, yeah.
Sure, anyone want to play like Catan or Risk now? So making curses more difficult to remove is going to add.
I'm sorry again.
No, you're good.
It's the fucking is it incredulous, I guess? I need to look up the word incredulous just to make sure that's what I'm looking for.
Incredulous is kind of like you're effectively like blown away by something.
Yeah. So it seems like, well, I guess it's not really that. It's just he's dismissing these ideas and saying that they're bad and gonna be boring and make you want to do something else. Just inherently. Yeah. Just immediately. And it's like,
yes.
Oh, okay, for you.
Yeah.
Like, but even then, I don't believe that. I think that is a fucking lie. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it right out. I think you're lying to me that you think that that's boring. Like, yeah, you want to, like, again, think about all of the shit that they gotta do, okay? It's so, like, where are they gonna get the bodies? You know? Are they gonna go to the graveyard and dig up a bunch of townspeople who have died in the past and take their fucking skeletons for the skeleton wars?
I kind of fucking hope they do.
Right? Like, you understand the implications of that? That's amazing. Let's go with it. Let's see what happens.
It's super fucking cool, dude.
Right? Like, once people find out what's going on, fucking call the guard and tell them to send a message to, like, the king or something. We got fucking... We got people that are using magic on our dead. That's shit. We gotta kill them.
That's fucked. Don't do that.
Yeah,
we don't like that. We decided.
We decided. So like, it's just so, again, reductive and dismissive, and that's just shitty.
Yes.
Bugs me so much.
Add adversity into.
I know it's
no, it's just funny.
I know it's just I can't.
Ugh. Yeah, no, I get it. Don't worry.
challenge is going to make things more interesting than just a simple remove curse spell. And we're going to give examples of how to make curses more interesting to remove in just a little bit when we get into the idea of having different severities of curses. Number 3, curses should have
the different severities, like, I don't know, how they kind of are now.
Yeah.
And things that you can imply or infer from bestow curse.
I'm so glad he came up with all of this on his own. And that I never would have been able to, man. God, that would have been such a shame if he was never here to come up with this.
It's amazing, man.
It's really bad.
Curses should have an upside. Oh, no shit. They should be something that you want to use, but is a fucking detriment to do so? Yeah. Oh my god.
No.
Fucking Einstein over here.
Have an upside.
Calm down with that big fucking brain.
Is usually all negative, but there should be an upside, which is usually the benefits of the magic item the curse is cast on. Or they may have looted a tomb and gotten lots of treasure, and then gotten cursed by the ancient spirits guarding the tomb. Those 2 words are so hard. Now, this upside...
No, it's not. You're just
you're
just
being stupid.
What the... There's no reason for that. What the fuck?
No, and it wasn't funny either. Get fucked.
This is made for children. This is made for children. Oh, God. Yes. Oh, God. That just fucking confirms it for me. Fuck me. Yeah. This is made for children. Like, literal fucking toddlers.
Yeah, it's made for babs.
Wow.
Okay, wow. So I've got a question.
Yeah.
I've got a swordfish. I've got a giant moray eel. Should I go for a manta ray or should I go for a crustacean?
Ooh.
Yeah, because there's a bunch of giant crab and like giant shrimp options.
Manta rays. I'll show you. Manta rays.
Yeah, I'll show you the manta rays. They look fucking cool, dude. Sorry.
I was gonna say no.
I need.
If you get a giant shrimp, then it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool, right?
There we go.
And that's kind of one of the...
Plus, my Gorgon is already... Yeah, look at them. With the fucking, like, tusks and the tooth mouths.
Oh, that's super sick.
And they just look really cool.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah.
My Gorgon is already a giant crab, so let him be special.
Yeah.
Whatever it happens to be should balance out the downside of a curse. This is the idea of yin and yang. Give
yin and yang,
you
motherfucker.
All by itself.
Oh my god.
We're invoking yin and yang? We're invoking that? Here?
Apparently we're invoking... Apparently a curse having an upside and a downside to make it both tempting and concerning is yin and yang.
Like...
The concept of perfect balance and harmony.
Well, I mean, colloquially, I understand why, because that's usually how that, one is
I know,
good
but
and
Jesus
one is
Christ.
the bad. But, like, it's one of those things that why, you've already explained it, you don't, yeah, that is, I guess, to further the explanation, but also, you had this with your drown item. Why didn't it work then?
Because apparently the upside wasn't good enough.
Oh, but it was really good.
Somebody must really not want barnacles on them.
Apparently. And also they knew, apparently. So
yeah. So now here's my thing.
I just need to look up what it does. Go on.
Unless your character is really big into charisma, honestly, those barnacles sound like they'd be kind of useful. Because if you're like a barbarian, they would probably give you better natural armor. Maybe, I don't know.
So you get a +1 to attack and damage rolls, and when you hit with it, the targets take an extra 1d8 cold damage.
Damn.
You get to speak Aquan fluently.
Ooh.
Have resistance to cold damage.
Nice.
Cast Dominate Monster, DC 17, on a water elemental. Once you've done so, Drown can't be used this way again until the next dawn.
Okay, so that's okay.
While inside a water node, you can perform a ritual called the Tears of Endless Anguish, using Drown to create a devastation orb of water. See the devastating orb description for the time and cost of the ritual. Once you perform the ritual, Drow can't be used. What the fuck? Okay, until the next dawn. What the fuck is Devastation Orb? Hold on.
I have no idea.
Elemental Bomb that can be created at a site of an elemental node by performing a ritual with an elemental weapon. Oh.
That's pretty cool.
The type of orb depends on the thing. It's 12 inches in diameter, weighs 10 pounds, and has a solid outer shell. It detonates 1d100 hours after its creation, releasing the elemental energy it contains. The orb gives no outward sign of how much time remains before it'll detonate.
Holy shit. So you just make a bomb.
Yeah, literally. Out of
It's fucking
an element.
awesome.
Yeah. Water orb. When this orb detonates, it creates a torrential rainstorm that lasts for 24 hours. Within the area of effect, the rules for heavy precipitation apply, as detailed in Chapter 5 of the Dungeon Master Guide. If there is a substantial body of water in the area, it floods after 2d10 hours of heavy rain, rising 10 feet above the banks and inundating the surrounding area. The flood advances at a rate of 100 feet per round, moving away from the body of water where it began until it reaches the edge of the area of effect. At that point, the water flows downhill and possibly recedes back to its origin. Light structures collapse and wash away. Any large or small creatures caught in the flood's path is swept away.
Holy fuck.
Flooding destroys crops and might trigger mudslides depending on the terrain.
Jesus fucking Christ. Imagine if you use that near a port city. You
Yeah.
wipe the whole fucking thing off the map.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Who the fuck would... Your players are fucking idiots. I'm sorry.
I don't want barnacles, though.
Yeah, I don't want barnacles.
I don't
Fuck
want
off.
barnacles.
Are you kidding me?
And also, I don't want to be greedy, even though that's like...
That's
fine.
kind of like D&D characters in
Yeah.
a fucking nutshell.
Even you admitted that in the video. You're like, even though they got greedy later? So it's like, yeah, okay.
What the fuck? That's insane.
Yeah.
Who the fuck would... Jesus Christ. That's terrifying, and I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Wow, what
That's a
even
legendary.
is this? I know. Food's making me hungry now. Oh yeah, for shrimp and crab.
Oh, yeah, sorry, and manta ray.
And
I
manta
eat
ray?
that
Yum.
in RuneScape sometimes.
Aw.
It's a good food.
Don't bring yin and yang in this. I love yin and yang. Yeah, well.
Well, don't worry. He said yin and yang, so
Yeah,
you're
so
good.
it's not that. Don't worry about it. This
Yeah.
reminds me of a line from Has Been Hotel after the main character says an idea, and a guy stands up with a smile on his face and says, "Wow, that was shit." Yeah. I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's not shit. It's just generic and, like, again, 0.5, we've risen up to 1. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
We are
it's-
now at the basic shit.
It's bottom of the barrel, really. Like, it's just like, oh, yeah, everybody knew this. Okay. And even if you
And
didn't,
it's not even
again-
bottom of the barrel in a bad way.
Right,
It's
that's-
just bottom of the
yeah,
barrel
you're right.
in a way, like an obvious way.
Yes, it is
It
just
would be
incredibly
like,
obvious.
how do you make travel more interesting? You'd make stuff happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no shit.
It's just for that one we talk about how hard it is to make it at least feel organic and like and make it so that it doesn't feel like it's taking forever to travel somewhere and like there's
Yeah.
so many more elements that we can talk about, but curses are
Yeah.
bad though.
Yeah, but curses are, they're bad.
Curses have a problem and we're fixing it.
Yeah.
God, thank
Because-
you for this. Fucking nature is healing, man. I love it.
Nature is returning.
Give me that. and I'll
Dinosaurs
change-
are dinosaurs are returning to the streets of New York.
Oh God, we're back! A dinosaur story. Yes.
Oh, I love
John
that movie when I was
Goodman.
little.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That's fine.
Give me that, and I'll change my name to Barnacle Bill. Yeah, that's right.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Something
Dude,
really
Huh.
you remember how I was talking about my devil or my soul to soul guy to
Yes.
turn himself into Davy Jones? Give
Yes.
that shit to him.
Uh-huh.
Holy shit,
Yep.
make him terrifying with
Yep,
that.
he can wipe out towns.
Oh my god.
Yep. Oh yeah.
It's like you pay your fucking dues to Davy Jones or this happens to you.
Yes.
Like wiped out a fishing village. Holy
Yes,
shit.
Exactly.
Anyway, go on.
awesome, but having there be consequences that must be dealt with is great. First, they balance each other out psychologically for the players, making it easier to accept. And second, doing this introduces drama and challenges into the game, which is one of the foremost jobs of Dungeon Masters. By the way, if you're finding the information in this video useful, please give me a thumbs up and let us know in the comments about the best, most interesting curse you've seen in a game, or about a curse that really sucked. Number 4.
I'm sure they're like, okay. This is useful to somebody, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
No,
like,
this is it's useful to brand new players.
Yeah, extremely.
That's the thing. It's not even that bad of a thing to be.
No, it's just, again, I feel like I don't know. It's just I would think that people would know more than just needing
the
to
most
be,
basic shit.
Yeah, needing the basic shit, like literally the basics.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
One day the flowers will bloom, the food chain again will consume, back to a world covered in green, mankind's winter, Viridi's spring. Yeah, there you go.
Target different parts of a person with curses. There are 3
I curse
different
your
types
dick. Have fun.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
that's the only, like, come on, man. You handed it to me on a silver platter.
Now, to give him some credit, this is not something that is necessarily something you're going to think of immediately.
Mostly because, like, unless you're really creative with it, you kind of don't really need to.
Right.
Because, let me put it to you this way. Alejo.
Yeah, hey.
You walk through the door, and like, everything goes black.
Shit. Okay.
You're not dead.
Yeah, no, I feel
still,
that.
Yeah, you can feel you're still alive,
Yeah.
but you have lost all your vision.
Okay.
So here's my question.
Yeah.
Have I cursed your eyes, or have I just cast fucking blindness on you?
I have no idea.
Exactly.
Well, actually,
So,
no,
like,
I do know, because you didn't say that I heard anybody casting a spell, because I would have heard it. So.
But what if it was a silent spell cast, or what if it was a scroll?
Shit. There you go.
Yeah.
That's it.
It could,
Yeah.
So,
No, I
like,
gotcha.
there's no fucking difference between cursing someone's eyes or just casting a spell that directly targets their eyes.
Right.
So, there's no need to curse their legs to make them paralyzed when you can just do, I don't know, hold person.
Sure. But I think that's a little, we're kind of, you're kind of going
I'm being
into,
a bit reductive.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's more just, we've got to do something like,
you have to be a lot more creative with it.
Yeah, and it implies that because you need to have it be something specific, like, oh, you took, I don't know, you have this bracelet, let's say, and you put it on, and now your arm, like that arm turns into a dragon arm, like a dragonborn arm. Oh, yeah. Cool. But as you continue to use it, every time you continue to use it, more and more of you becomes that way. And as it goes through, you find that you're starting to think less, like, it's not becoming a dragonborn, you're becoming more of some kind of lizard creature that is that as you continue to transform, you're like losing your mental faculties more and more and more, right? So it can start with, like, I mean, I guess that's not doing a specific body part, but you get what I mean. It's just...
Yeah. Well, no, it started with the arm, and it's working its way up.
Yeah. It becomes more dire than just doing it to one body part, I suppose.
Yeah. But it started with one body part, and
yes.
I think that still works.
Okay. But if we want to do something that is...
Oh,
thank you. If we want to do something that is specific, then it's like, you're cursed now to have the ears of a bat. But since you're a human and you're hearing all this shit and you're not able to really process it, it's going to drive you insane.
Oh, God, he's a fucking furry.
It's just easy to go animal curse, It's just easy.
Yeah, you're cursed to have fox ears and a fox tail.
God.
And then all the fat mouth breathers come after you. Sorry, furries. I know you're not all fat mouth breathers.
Plug. Bangs head on table. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that at least I'm fine with, because again, that's a mid of the video. He's asking for engagement, which that's respectable at least. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Curses you can put on someone. The first one is curses of the body. These are curses that purely affect the physical being of an individual. They make them physically weaker, slower, or feebler. Typically, these curses
basically
are
a bestow curse that doesn't have, like, a very specific effect. Because that's what Bestow Curse does.
Yeah, it has a very specific effect, actually.
Oh, it does. I thought the low level versions of Bestow Curse were just debuffs.
Well, they are, but they're specific debuffs. Like, it's like this one stat that is like anything that has to do with that stat, you get disadvantage and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
right?
So it's kind of like that. So it's like,
it is
you're
exactly
weaker.
like that. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's
literally just that.
Yeah, it's almost like he looked at Bestow Curse at one point and went, "Oh,
that's cool," and then forgot about it immediately.
I guess.
Not going to have effects on the mind. In fact, many who create such curses want their victims to fully understand what is happening to them. The next is curses of the mind.
It's for torture purposes. Like, in the sense of, like, there's nothing you can do about the enfeeblement that is happening because of the curse, and you're able to, like, your mind is fine, but your body fails you, like that.
Oh, okay.
It's like getting old.
Okay, I suppose.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's. Unfortunately, I understand that entirely. Just in the fact that I'm a psycho.
Yeah, whatever. I know you've been cursing people.
Yeah, I love cursing people. Okay, it's fun. And then you get to see them go, why? And then you go, kind of fun.
Yeah, right.
Side note, furry dance battle videos rock. I've heard good things. I've not watched
them. Oh,
any.
yeah, no, I bet.
The opposite of a curse of the body, these curses purely affect someone's mind. Addled thoughts, befuddled decision-making, and the like are the common goals of a curse of the mind. Fortunately, these curses rarely affect one's body as well, making particular less brilliant adventurers as the ideal patsy for such a curse, leaving the rest of the party all the better for it. And the third one is curses.
Wait, so you get to choose now, I guess? Okay.
Yeah,
what?
I don't know.
Oh, that's right, because he hates when a curse is not telegraphed, so it's a gotcha, so you shouldn't do that.
Oh, yeah,
Because there's no it's fine. Again, that's a preference. We've talked about it before. That's fine. It's just, I think that there's something about having something crop up that you weren't expecting, because that's kind of how encounters are usually in general.
Yeah, unless it's like a boss fight.
Yeah, unless it's something that has been extreme, like it's been building up to it, and you know that it has been.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, and then again, you can use that to then go, okay, so have this thing, pretty bad, doesn't feel good. Let's find out what's going on here, you know? And then after that, it's like, oh, how do I get rid of it? Oh, it's as easy as this. Just do this for me. It's like, oh, cool. And guess what? That also leads into the story. Oh, you went to go to the cave to clear it out of those Kuatoa? Oh my god, those Kuatoa, you can see their dreams, and they're dreaming of the things that the main bad guy is sending out to you. He's harnessing Kuatoa thoughts. Oh my god. Like, you know, we can easily fucking do that.
I would love to play a D&D adventure that heavily featured Kuatoa.
Oh, hell yeah. It'd be super fun.
I love Kuatoa.
They're
so
cool.
They're so goofy, and they're also so cool. They're, honestly, to me, they're very Skaven.
Yeah.
Without, like, the manicness.
Yeah.
Because they can be either these goofy, nothing patsies that just do fucking nothing, or they can be fucking absolutely terrifying, and I love that. I love monsters with duality to them, like that.
Mm-hmm. You're cursed to watch Garibay videos forever. Ah, no!
Oh no, thank you.
Show's over at that point.
Yeah, no, we're done.
Of the soul. These are the vilest of all curses, at least in my humble opinion. Right. When they are placed on a living being, it corrupts and harms their very soul, the literal essence of what makes them who they are. The cruelty and malice that must be poured into such a curse are incomprehensible, and the ultimate effect of such a curse is often damnation for its unfortunate victim. Now, we will be giving examples.
Now, okay. I do kind of like the concept of that. Sure. Where it's like you curse somebody and you fuck up their soul so bad that they wind up going to hell, even though they're, you know.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah, that's like, so okay. You know what? You got one. So far, you got one.
I just wish you had gone into it more a little bit.
Yeah, instead of just like cutting it off just like that.
Yeah, these are quick little tips because we gotta, you know, go fast. So I guess read the book for that. Hey, there you go. There's something.
There's one. Good job. You did it.
Again, it just, I don't know. For me, it doesn't hit that hard because it's like, oh yeah, welcome to the devil. Nice.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the devil, you still have to make a bargain. You still have to make that choice. Whereas this can actually be done against your will.
It depends, like, the temptation and such, right? It's less, not necessarily, like, if we want to go old school devil, right?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
the temptation and then falling into that den of sin, right? Of like, oh, now you have fallen for the temptation. It's less of a deal. It's more of just, hey, look at that. That's pretty cool. You know? And it's less of a curse for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, doing the typical devil thing isn't. It isn't that. So that's why I like it, because you could just be a regular dude and you're around sending people to hell, even though they may be living decent lives, and you're condemning them to hell without them even knowing. That's
true. Yeah.
That's dark and scary and cool.
I'm just wondering, because it's striking familiarity with me. That's why I'm not as I wasn't as like openly.
Well, I mean, you are playing as a devil, so
Yeah, no. I just mean I feel like I've heard the idea before, right?
Okay,
but I don't know where. That's my problem.
This is actually the first time I've ever heard the concept.
Fair enough.
So
yeah, no, that's
At least in terms of D&D.
Sure. Yeah, it's less in terms of D&D that I've heard it. It's just in general, like, that is the plight of the character. But I just don't know where this is getting. It might not even be just that. It just might be something that's similar to it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I don't know.
Of each types of curses here as we go into the different severities of curses. Number 5, make different severities of curses. Curses should not be one size fits all. In fact, as we delve into the topic of curses, we're going to find several different types of curses, different severities that can be applied. And the first is hexes. These are the lowest form of curses that can be removed by casting Remove Curse or another trivial manner, such as just waiting it out because they only last so long and it goes away. 7 years of bad luck, for instance.
That's probably that. Okay.
It is technically, I suppose, but I just need to see what Remove Curse's level is.
I think it was 3rd.
Probably.
At least I seem to remember it being 3rd. I don't remember fully.
Yeah. Remove Curse 5e. What? Yes, 3rd. Good shout. Okay. So, you have to wait until 5th level in order to do that.
Yeah, that's
a little ways away.
That's a little bit.
So
it's definitely not one that you won't hit.
I suppose if we're going by this logic, then it would be that you could find somebody else to do it for you easily. Which is,
because a 5th level spellcaster or 3rd level spellcaster is not that hard to find. The problem is, did they take it?
Yeah, that's the other thing.
5th levels, the first 3rd level spell's kind of a big deal.
Yes.
That's fireball, that's lightning bolt, that's big shit.
So you'd have to find a dedicated cleric probably who's there to heal people.
Yeah, and one who actually took it. Or wait, do you have to take it?
You just have to prepare them every day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's what clerics do. They just have them all.
Clerics and paladins and druids. But yeah, so it's I mean, I have no issue with it being this being your first thing for sure. I'm wondering about, because you're just saying, oh, just cast Remove Curse. So we're assuming that we're at 5th level, I suppose, before we're using curses like this.
I guess.
If it's implied that it's as easy as turning to your wizard and saying remove the curse, then I guess so. So yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, at least for this first level, like the weakest type of curses.
That's what I'm saying. So the implication then becomes, so we don't use curses until 5th level.
Or you do. Because he was also saying that this one could wear off over time.
Yeah, okay. That's fair.
So he could still be talking about that.
Yeah. Joke's on you, hell rules. That's right. It's sick.
Yeah, man. They got they got crickets.
Hell yeah.
And spaghetti in bags.
That's
it's
right.
fucking weird. It's like a fucking horse's feeding bag. You just go in there and you eat the spaghetti.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
In an anime I like, High School DxD, you just work for the demon when you make a deal. It happens when you're about to die. Oh yeah, there you go. That's neat.
That sucks a lot, but anyway, it goes away eventually. Just ride it out. And then you have basic curses. These grant disadvantage.
Okay. Why not the other way around?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Hexes sound a lot better.
They sound like more dire for sure.
Yeah, they do. Okay, so I can see it going either way. I can see it being like a hex is something a lot more potent that's cast by like a hag.
Yeah.
But I can also see it as one put on by like a witch doctor who's like throwing bones and jangling.
Yeah.
You know, it's very racist, but you know, jangling like a skull totem, chanting over like a fire or whatever, and it's
Right.
just kind of a weak little thing.
Yeah.
I can see it going both ways, but I definitely think hexes should be up there higher because it's more
Yeah.
evocative than just saying basic curse.
Yes, exactly. The evocative nature of hex as a word for sure.
Yeah,
is what
it's
makes
just-
me go. I don't know, but okay.
Yeah, this should be a low. This should be the basic. Or
Yeah.
the lowest.
That's basic. Like
Yeah,
yeah,
come on, it's in the name.
it's just the wording that you're using. It's making me go, I don't know. But again,
Yeah.
that's a nitpick. That's very much a nitpick. Everybody dances on the bloody dance, or everybody dances the bloody dance. That's right. No one worships Armok. Everyone serves Armok. That's true. There you go.
In some way or another. Maybe not the game mechanic of disadvantage, but they give you disadvantage on something. They make something harder for you. But they're not terribly debilitating. Now, removing them, though, is not as easy as casting a remove curse, but it's not too terribly hard either. As an example, let's talk about the tongue of the snake. This is a basic curse of the body that can inhabit any vessel. In other words, you can put it on a magic item or something else. While affected by this curse, you have a snake-like tongue. This causes everything you say in any language to sound like you are hissing, with particular emphasis on the letter S whenever it appears in your speech. If you are talking to a creature that is not evil aligned, you have disadvantage on charisma, persuasion, and intimidation checks to influence that creature. However, you have advantage on all charisma deception checks when trying to influence the same creatures. New flaw.
Sorry, the same creature. Wait, what?
So an evil aligned creature.
That. Yeah,
It's
okay.
not very well worded.
I don't.
But
Yeah, I think you need to work on the wording of that, but it's already published, so
it's already published. So nope.
I find my pattern of speech to be quite amusing and try to show it off whenever possible. Removal of the curse. This curse can only be removed by drinking the blood of a great serpent. A great serpent can be interpreted many ways. Ultimately, any snake-like creature such as a sea serpent or Medusa that is at least CR level 3 is an appropriate choice for a great serpent. Okay, now the next.
Okay, I just need to actually, because you took away the words when you were reading, like you were highlighting them and stuff, and I hated that you did that.
Yeah.
Okay. So drinking the blood of a great serpent. That's cool. I like the idea. Sure.
Oh, that's fine.
It's using the system that I don't pay attention to of flaws. Which is also what Drown did, because it was saying this is the flaw that you gain, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure anybody pays attention to flaws.
At least not after starting out, you know?
Yeah, you look at it like when you're brand new and you're like, oh, that's a neat thing.
But then again, remember who this is made for, I suppose.
Yeah, it's true.
At least the implied person that this is made for.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah.
So I have a snake tongue. I guess now I need to go fight something that can turn me to stone by looking at me.
Yeah, no,
or get on a boat and fight a fucking sea monster.
Right. Obviously
and then,
it's not that. Like, that's a little, but it's just for the example, right?
Yeah.
And also, I mean, this is one that I could see that, like, if he never mentions, like, just living with it, you know, and just using it and not healing it, quote unquote, right?
Yeah,
like,
and just letting it become a part of you.
Right. If he never mentions that, then, like, fucking
Come on.
I'll be upset more. I'm tired upset now.
Yeah, you used up all your energy before.
I did. What if the person likes snakes? I like snakes. I also like snakes. Then you got to drink their blood, but also you don't have to. So whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
Can I talk to snakes now?
Is an appropriate choice for a great serpent. Okay, now the next severity of curse is the intermediate curse. These advance beyond merely being an inconvenience, as is the case with basic curses, and turn into something a little more dangerous. Often these curses have the potential to indirectly threaten the life of the person who is affected by it, though it is rare that the curse itself would directly threaten one's life. And at this point, removing the curse gets even more complicated and challenging. As an example, let's talk about the curse of repetition. This is an intermediate curse of the mind that can inhabit any vessel. Whenever the affected creature attempts to use an action or
yeah, I just want to. Okay.
Yeah.
Creature attempts to use any action or bonus action, it must succeed on a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the creature is unable to take a new action and must repeat the last action if performed. Oh, it's what's the Pokemon move?
Mimic?
No. Fuck. Applause?
Encore.
Encore. That's right. Yes.
That's Encore.
Anyway. If it's not possible for the creature to repeat its previous action, it simply does nothing. Once the creature has succeeded on the saving throw, it does not need to make another one for 1 hour.
Oh, see, I'm writing. So that sentence annoyed me. If it is not possible for the creature to repeat its previous action, it simply does nothing. Remove simply.
Yeah,
and just say
nothing.
It does nothing. There's no need to have the word simply.
It's superfluous for sure.
Yes. I've had to learn about superfluous words.
Yeah. Whenever I'm writing or speaking, people tell me that I'm repeating sentences on a regular basis, even if I don't notice it myself. Okay. The curse can only be removed by forging a contract of absolute order, such as a contract that can be made by beings native to Mechanicus, the Hells, or the Celestial Mountain. An appropriately powerful being should be contacted to make this contract with, though it needn't be as powerful as a Deva or a Pit Fiend. Okay. So, I mean, again, it's a fine idea. There's nothing wrong with the idea. It's just, if this is a moderate one, I would add 2 to the DC. I think 14 is incredibly easy for you to save from. Though I guess if you're not if you don't have any wisdom, for sure.
Yeah, if you don't have any wisdom, it'd be kind of.
You don't have a choice, right? Like if this is gonna happen to you, like, oh no, like you didn't account for your wisdom.
Yeah, it's true.
So like, I don't know. But I really think that if it's gonna be something like an intermediate, which first off, can we make things a little more snappy? I don't like.
Yeah.
Basic is fine. I would just, I don't know. I think we need to come up with some better adjectives for these curses or different words. Because you know what? Let me find synonyms for curse. I just want to.
Yeah.
You
started off strong with hex.
Hex is a good word.
Yeah.
Okay. So. Okay. Bane. That's good.
Ooh. Now, technically, now there is a spell.
There's a spell called Bane, so it sucks.
Yeah.
Misfortune wished upon someone. There we go. Burden.
Ooh, yeah, I like that.
Scourge.
Ooh, yes.
Then we kind of get into ones that are a little less. Affliction is pretty okay. Torment. Yeah, those are the other ones are kind of a little too long or not as catchy. Or just they mean a lot more than I think what this would be. Because like calamity is like a synonym, but I feel like it's a little too much for what we're going for.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've just found like 4 other words that we could slot in.
Yeah.
Kind of create a hierarchy there. We'd have to figure out how severe each one sounds and then kind of figure out how to get it to work well and be something that everybody's going to at least accept, or be people like us who go, well,
yeah.
Well, I mean, couldn't you just said basic?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, even all of those are better than just basic curse.
I think
intermediate curse.
Yes,
advanced curse.
The thing is, I guess, is that nobody is going around and saying, "Oh, dude, you got an intermediate curse,"
Yeah, no, yeah, come on.
Like it's, and people probably wouldn't go around and say, well, people would say hexed, people would say cursed, people would say burdened, maybe, but maybe not in the reference of being cursed.
Well, I mean, I would say a burden would be the lowest.
Yeah.
Because it barely implies it.
Yeah, that is true. So we go burden, curse, hex, maybe. I don't know how many we've got. I think it's 4, but if not, then
yeah, it depends on how many levels he's got.
Yeah, I don't remember if it's 4 or 5, but I think he said 4, but I'm not sure now. Yeah, torment sounds like the worst kind. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Maybe the curse of repetition. Well, so do I. So do us all. We all have repeated our fucking tangents all the time.
Oh yeah,
in stories and such.
Have I ever told you that I'm writing?
Yeah.
Bonus action, it must succeed on a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the creature is unable to take a new action and must repeat the last action it performed. If it is not possible for the creature to repeat the previous action, it does nothing. Once the creature has succeeded on the saving throw, it does not need to make another one for 1 hour. New flaw. Whenever I am writing or speaking, people tell me that I am repeating sentences on a regular basis, even if I don't notice it myself. Removal of the curse. The curse can only be removed by forging a contract of
I assume, because this implies that this is something that happens even outside of combat.
Yeah.
And I assume that's not what you want, because that could get... I mean, you could do it
extremely annoying.
I feel like what you would do is you have it work this way for combat, but in like outside of combat situations, you would go for like specific instances of going, oh, hey, you should roll to see if the curse of repetition comes out,
Yeah.
Like just for certain things, just to make it so that it's like, oh yeah, this will still happen, but it's not going to be as severe outside of combat in the sense of like, it'll happen every fucking hour,
Yeah.
Absolute order. Such a contract can be made by beings native to Mechanus, the Hells, or the Celestial Mountain. An appropriately powerful being should be contacted to make this contract with, though it needn't be as powerful as a diva or a pit fiend. And then, moving along our levels of severity, we have the Advanced Curse. These are extraordinarily dangerous to be able.
It's the basic words to use for your adjectives of like, this is the next level and the next level and the next level, which again, that's not a bad thing necessarily. It's just
Advanced
I feel like we need
darkness.
to make it so that it's more spooky, more cursey.
It's the advanced darkness.
Yes, the advanced darkness.
And I haven't seen SpongeBob in so fucking long.
Same, but I did put my hand in front of my face when I said that. So.
Oh, nice.
You can't not, man. It's just advanced darkness,
Yeah, it's true.
I don't just get a song stuck in my head. I get one line from a song stuck in my head, and I never remember it right. Oof.
Oh, jeez.
Boo gets a cookie. Yeah, for calling it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Afflicted with, and always present mortal danger for those unfortunate enough to be afflicted. In fact, those curses at the upper echelons of this tier of power may even cause death due to the curse. Now, typically, these curses attempt to compel some behavior from those afflicted, and attempts to disobey result in extreme punishment by the curse. This isn't to say that compulsion is absolute, merely that the curse will seek retribution for disobedience. And of course, as to be expected, these curses are much harder to remove. As an example, let's look at the Desire of the Hells, an advanced curse of the soul that can inhabit in any unknown vessel. The cursed.
It's weird to me that you say vessel, because like you can just say creature. It's fine. Like just
because like this wouldn't really affect an item.
Yeah. Well, oh no, that's why he put it as vessel, because that can be either an item or a creature. Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense.
But yeah, no, this one says the cursed creature.
Yeah, for this one for sure. Like, I don't think a candle has a soul.
Yeah. Unless you give them one.
The cursed creature feels a compulsion within them to harvest souls and condemn them to an eternity in the hells. Oh. This compulsion emanates from a flame that now burns within the creature's blackening heart. A hellfire that only they can control. Well, they can't really control it, but okay.
Well, if you go to the next sentence.
If the creature did not already know the produce flame cantrip, they know it for as long as they are cursed. Well, I mean, yeah, that's not the flame that they're... Okay. But when the creature casts produce flame, it creates hellfire instead of regular flames. Oh, it's still not the thing that's inside of you. But
they kind of can.
Well, sure. Fuck it. Technicality. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's very nah.
Should the cursed creature fail to harvest at least 3 souls every week, holy fuck, in this way, a lot
of fucking souls,
they must succeed on a DC 20 wisdom saving... DC 20 wisdom saving throw or have their constitution score reduced by 2 until they harvest at least 1 soul. Should the creature fail the saving throw 3 weeks in a row or 5 times total, they are instantly engulfed in hellfire and have their soul condemned to the same fate as their victims. Oh yeah, because this is supposed to kill if you don't do it. That's right.
Jesus Christ.
I hope... Okay, so I hope
that's
that... I hope that when you get this curse...
DC.
Yeah, I hope that when you get this curse, that they're informed somehow. But to be fair, maybe that... Because he signposts all his curses, that probably that is the case. I would have to assume. But if you're gonna use this yourself... Fucking, you have to tell them. Like, you have to tell them.
5 saving throws at a DC 20 and you're dead over the course of however long. But fuck that.
Yeah. Because
I understand if you had it be 5 times in a row.
Yeah.
But holy shit.
Soul condemned in the same fate as I want to lash out in a rage whenever I see someone act happy or pleased with themselves. If I cannot be happy, they cannot, and they should die for it. Oh, so we're not condemning them to hell, we're just killing them. That's not condemning anybody.
Well, apparently they have to harvest souls.
Yeah, but that just means they're killing them. That doesn't... Like... Removing the curse can only be done by the one who ventures within themselves. What? This is intended to be an adventure that sees the creature and any companions they wish to bring enter the cursed creature's soul. They need to discover a way to do this, typically either a rare magic item or a powerful mage, and then defeat the blackness that now exists within the creature's soul. I like that idea. I like the having to find something to go inside of the curse, basically.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
That's neat. Yeah.
Going inside of a curse.
Yeah.
Dealing with it.
Yeah.
Please make it a puzzle and something that actually takes some fucking brain power as opposed to just stabbing it.
Yeah, I would imagine. But defeat the blackness now. That depends on the person. To be fair, that's left up to the DM. But if you're condemning them to an eternity in the hells, you just want to kill. That does not mean that they are condemned. They have their own soul. So what you would need to do is corrupt them to the point of making them evil, which is going to take longer than a fucking week. Let me tell you. Unless you are going for literally evil people all the time, you become Dexter, I guess.
Honestly, that'd be kind of cool.
It would be kind of cool. Don't get me wrong. It would be kind of cool. But that's not what the flaw implies. The flaw implies the happy-go-lucky peasants down the road who are having a great, they're swinging the kids' arms as they're walking, so they're kind of flying away, a bit,
Fuck that.
Yeah, it's fucking bad. But
fuck them. They're gonna die.
They're having a great time,
and the kid cracks knuckles. God, I fucking hate kids.
And the kid's having a great time, and you just kill him. And guess what? That kid's soul is going to fucking what the fuck is Eternia? I don't fucking know what the heavens equivalent is, but it's not going to hell. I can tell you that much for free. Okay.
So my only thought is that maybe this curse actually comes from a devil or other very powerful evil aligned thing, and it gives the victim the ability to actually kill someone, and if they kill them, they get sent to hell somehow. That's
like,
my only idea.
Which is like
It's very weird.
That doesn't work with any devil lore.
I know.
That doesn't work.
It doesn't.
So
because it's specifically they're going to the hells, not to the abyss.
Yes.
If they were going to the abyss, that would make sense.
Yes, exactly.
This does not make any sense.
Doesn't
now, granted,
fucking work.
If a devil did that, this technically doesn't say that the devil would be getting their souls.
No, but they're going against the agreement.
They are.
I know that no one else knows the lore like we do, but like they're going against the agreement. I read deities and demigods, okay? It's great.
What was it called? Like the Pact Demonica or something?
Oh god.
I don't remember what, like it's the Pact
something like that, yeah. And
D&D
it's fucking cool.
Devil Pact lore.
I know it doesn't matter, but man, it matters to me, man.
Yeah.
But also, like, it doesn't make sense because that's not how devils work, so, okay.
Oh, no, an infernal contract, that's just the actual contract that you make. Specifications.
See if it's like Asmodeus' contract.
Yeah, it'll probably be something with... Yeah, let me see. Where's the fucking search bar here? Do they have a search bar? There they are. Okay. Asmodeus lore. Let's see. Saloon, seriously? I type in Asmodeus and the first thing that comes up is Saloon, Lolth, Bahamut, Tiamat, Nine Hells. Here we go.
Well, yeah, I mean, because they were part of the story too, technically.
Oh, I know, but like, wait.
Yeah, I
know. Okay. Hells, Infernal, Lawful Evil, Avernus, Nessus, Great Wheel, Cosmology, Geography, no. Avernus, no. Dis, no. Concordant opposition, astral plane. I don't know.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I do not remember it.
So, oh wait, what's that? Now I'm looking.
Now you're looking for it. Yeah, no, that's fine.
The Pact Primeval.
That's it. The Pact Primeval. Yeah, that's it. That's the one that's like devils. Yeah. You have to get your souls this way. You can't do it any other way.
Yeah.
That's how they keep devils from going and stealing everybody's souls.
Everyone. Yep. Because they had to have a balance. They had to do it.
They needed souls to fight demons, but they can't just have everybody.
Yep. You should look into if you haven't yourself. You should go look into Asmodeus' lore. It's pretty fucking cool, man.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Honestly, I think I know the name doesn't fit, but I kind of like the name Pact Demonica a bit more. Because it still kind of works, because it's like, oh, we need souls to fight demons, so this is the Pact Demonica.
Sure.
So,
I mean, either way works, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway. No, yeah. Let's see. So you turn into Ghost Rider? I guess.
Yeah, I guess so, kind of.
Not really, no, because he burns their souls and they don't have them anymore, so...
Yeah, no, he actually just fucking destroys them.
Yeah, he just destroys them, so no, actually. You're a shitty Ghost Rider. I'm assuming killing something with the Hellfire harvested soul. It doesn't say that. It just says that you can control it. It doesn't say that that's how you have to kill him. It says you gotta kill him.
Yep, it
does say the creature feels the compulsion, at least. Yeah, I mean... Yeah.
Yeah?
But that's just... Yeah. I mean, there's nothing... Again, it just doesn't make sense. What if they like the Dark Soul? Oh,
god damn it.
Then they'll just keep doing the thing.
Yep.
Maybe people should research the lore before they write a book about it. Yeah. Well, before they write something about it in a book, I mean. No. You don't understand. I know how curses work. They're bad.
Yeah, they're bad.
I'm gonna fix them. I did it.
God damn it. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like we are making lore and need to know this. Yeah, well, you know. Pact Primeval sounds badass. It is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fun.
Primeval is a great word.
It is.
Anyway.
And it's also what is the term? It's not contractually separate. Legally different. You know how you have dwarves with a VES and then dwarfs with an FS?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The difference
It's
between
distinct.
Yeah, it's it's distinct. It's different from primordial, which is an actual thing. That's what I was getting at.
Well, Primeval
Legal,
itself,
it is legally distinct. That's what it is.
Yes.
So that way, you can't be like, oh, those are just dwarves. No, they're dwarfs.
Right,
they're
right,
different, so you can't sue us. It's that thing.
Right. Well, I mean, I think Primeval is just a... I mean...
Oh, no, it is. I'm just saying that because primordial is also a thing in D&D, because there's a primordial language. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's legally distinct from primordial.
I get you.
Yeah.
Creature feels a compulsion within them to harvest souls and condemn them to an eternity in the hells. This compulsion emanates from a flame that now burns within the creature's blackened heart, a hellfire that only they can control. If the creature did not already know the Produce Flame cantrip, they know it for as long as they are cursed. When the creature casts Produce Flame, it creates hellfire instead of regular flame. Should the cursed creature fail to harvest at least 3 souls every week in this way, they must succeed on a DC 20 Wisdom saving throw, or have their Constitution score reduced by 2 until they harvest at least 1 soul. Should the creature fail this saving throw 3 weeks in a row, or 5 times total, they are instantly engulfed in hellfire and have their soul condemned to the same fate as their victims. New flaw. I want to lash out in rage whenever I see someone act happy or pleased with themselves. If I cannot be happy, they cannot, and they should die.
By the way, this isn't like a slow and insidious thing. It's just like a, man, now I am angry at everyone.
I fucking hate everything.
And like,
it's not very subtle.
Yeah, what he was saying before, it sounded more subtle, you know?
Yeah.
Which I was like, yeah, that's fine. Let's do that.
They feel a compulsion within them to harvest souls. I want to fucking murder everybody I see that is happy.
Exactly. There's that's it's a little disparate there, because it's like, oh, I feel that compulsion. I don't necessarily have to act on it, but then it's like, but now I have this flaw technically.
Yeah.
Like
that I fucking hate happiness.
That I hate it when people are happy and they gotta die.
What happens? So the wording. I want to lash out in rage whenever I see someone act happy, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
What happens if the person who has the curse looks in a mirror and is happy about the fact that they stole a soul?
Hate myself.
It does not say someone else. It says someone.
Well, then they have to make a DC 20 Wisdom saving throw.
Or they punch the mirror.
Or they kill the mirror image. That's
that
right.
Would be fucking hilarious. What happens if they go to a comedy show? God.
They kill the comedian. That's what, and then everybody's not happy. He did it. He killed their happiness.
This is such a, I don't know, man. That's such a stupid fucking flaw to me.
It's just,
God.
yeah, no, it doesn't fit. It does not fit.
Really doesn't.
It really
it's so
just
debilitating.
Yeah, it really just feels like, oh, let's just crank up the evil.
Yeah, like this is
supposed to be really bad, so let's crank up the evil. Like
this is so over the top that it's like you have to walk around with either a blindfold or you have to fucking just lock this guy in a fucking room and just hope you can find the item you need in a week.
And I know that it's like, oh, it's a flaw, so you don't worry. It's like, yeah, but it's just the way that it's presented, you know?
It's too much.
It just doesn't fit. It really doesn't, because it seems, again, it's supposed to be a slow corruption in a way. Like, this is like a, oh, guess what, fucker?
Yeah, no, this one's dead.
You're evil really now. But, like, I feel like if we had some more fluff in there of like, oh, you start to feel, and like after that night, let's say that night you feel a burning in your chest and you feel the desire to, you know, that this is the only thing that will sate it, you know? Like you got to give it some more flair and flavor so that I can go, ooh, okay. We're starting to have a bad time. Very cool.
Yeah, you have to let this cook. You gotta let him cook.
Let him cook, for sure. Let the murder hobo cook, okay? He's gotta have a reason.
Because...
Give the serial killer a reason, at least.
There's no because here's the thing.
Yeah.
Let's look at this from a more subtle way.
Sure.
This is a very good, like you were saying, like a slow corruption.
Yes.
This needs to progress way slower.
Yes.
And because if you slow this down, it becomes way more interesting, because instead of it's just like, oh, you get slapped upside the head by a devil and now you're fucking Jason, basically.
Yeah.
You become like angry Jason.
Yeah.
And you just become a slasher killer.
Yeah.
And there's nothing subtle, and there's nothing nuanced or dreadful or anything about this.
Here's the idea, right? We can keep the idea of like per week, right? But
yeah, sure.
As the weeks progress, it gets harder and harder to like you get less of these saves. So you start off with like 7, let's say, right? And then every week it goes down by 1, right? Until you get down to 1. Right, and then you're at 1, and it's like, shit, man, I got to do this every week. Like, I have to do this.
Yeah.
And then it you can still have like this over time. Let's say instead of it being these saving throws, let's say it's failure to collect enough souls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That way we now have a ticking clock.
Yes.
That is like much more like it is more believable in the sense of like, oh, I need to ramp this shit up, but I don't want to, but it is starting to now like take over my being, my soul, right? I now need to do this, otherwise I will die. So maybe I'll become more numb to it and thus become more evil and like maybe enjoy what I'm doing as I continue week after week. I need to get these souls. Like I will die if I don't do this, you know?
And then like if you do it that way, you can start doing it like, okay, I'm already killing people. I'm a D&D adventurer.
Yeah.
So I'll only do bandits.
Right.
In the beginning, I'll only do bandits.
Yeah.
I'll only do evil people.
Right.
And then it starts slowly coming in where you start being like, that guy just slapped a woman.
Right.
And then you start taking better people.
Right. More and more slights. Not injustices, but slights.
Yes.
Where it's like,
that guy just looked at me.
Yes, I was just about to say, that guy looked at me funny.
Yeah, so then you do that. Another way you could do it, I really like that way. Another way that you could do it is you have this be more like a body horror kind of thing.
Sure.
Where instead of you being like, I need to do this, you have these moments where your body is not your own. You are a passenger in your own body, and it is murdering people.
Yeah.
Like you wake up in the middle of the night and your body you're walking. You can't move. You can't do anything. You can't speak.
Sure.
You put on like a mask or something.
Yeah.
And then you go around, you murder people, and then you come back to your room and now you can move.
Yes.
It needs to be something like this needs to be scary.
Yeah, curses, yes, are something that can be innocuous or just something that's like a problem, but like making something that is super deadly, make it actually scary, just like you said, because then you have an additional like element there of like, oh fuck, I'm in danger, not just from the curse, but also because of what I've become.
Yes.
Like, will I be able to, even if I get this curse out of the way, will I ever, like, what have I done,
Yes.
Can I come to grips with what I've done,
now,
even though I was cursed?
I think another thing that could make this really interesting is instead of you dying and having your soul just get sent to hell to get tortured, target this at someone who is specifically, like, lawful good.
Sure. And
change it to where if they either get enough souls or they don't get enough souls or whatever, as the curse, I thought it was a disease, as the curse progresses and they get worse and worse, make it so it becomes clear that if they die, they will become a devil.
Yeah.
So their personality will be unfucking made.
Yes. Yeah, they are no longer themselves.
And they will be a passenger in a devil's body. They will be a soul trapped in a devil's body, forced to watch them for all eternity as they use their body, the body that they became a devil in with, to do evil shit.
Yeah.
Again, this is an advanced curse. You have to do some ridiculous shit to get rid of it. You have a DC 20 wisdom save to make every week or whatever. This is a high-level thing. Make this scary.
Yeah, I think that's really, like, it's just, you need to amp it up. You really do. Like, yes, this is worse than you had before because of the fact that you could die from it or whatever, and like it's harder to remove for sure. Sure, great, but like, is that doing anything? Like you were talking about before in the video, sir, Luke, that you have that psychological aspect of like the having something be bad and then like making it so that there's a good side to this item or whatever, right? But this curse can have the opposite effect of that, of like nothing is good about it because it shouldn't be.
This is bad.
This is something that you really want it to be like, this is a problem you need to take care of. Because this is the worst curse, like, type.
Yeah.
So
this is up there.
And, like, sure, it might not be for everybody.
As it were.
Yeah, true. It might not be for everybody in that respect, but, like, if you really want it to stick, that these are bad things that you do not want to happen, that have consequences, then make it so that it is something that will potentially change the character forever. You know?
Yeah.
Because it's a curse. Like, they don't have control over it except for the fact that they're trying to get rid of it.
Oh man, you know what I just thought of? That would be even better. You know how we ended off on, you know, that guy looked at me funny?
Yeah.
Did our party member just spend some of my money?
Yeah. No, dude, paranoia is a great, like, using aspects of paranoia to make it so that it's like, you're not even, you at least think that you see, like the DM says, you think that that guy looked at you funny. Like, you're certain of it. Like, that guy actually, like, he looks like he wants to do you harm, and your friends.
Yeah, he looked like he looked at you like you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, exactly. But you don't, like, and you don't know if that's actually what happened or not. You know, paranoia is a great fucking aspect to use in a lot of this stuff.
But, like, what I meant more so was just that, you know, you eventually you start turning on your party members and trying to flat out murder them.
Yeah, honestly, I think
something as simple as just spending some of the group's money because you thought it was some of yours in there.
Yeah, exactly. I think it should devolve into something where you are a problem. I really do, because it is a curse. It is something that is changing you, that is extremely powerful, that you have no control over. Like I said, like it needs to be that either you get it set right, or you're getting put in the ground, man. Like one way or the other.
Yeah,
you know.
You're going 6 feet under.
Hey, oh, there we go.
Sorry,
there it is. It's good. It's good. All right. A few things. What if maybe people writes yes, but it says in this way. What's that mean? What did you mean by that? Yeah. What do you mean by that? Murder hobo curse. That's kind of what it feels like, at least in current state. Yes.
Yeah, it kind of is.
This is too funny. Yeah. Getting souls keeps you sane, and the longer it goes, the more souls you need to stay sane.
It's like drugs.
Yes.
That's another great one.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, that's a handprint over on the left side of the screen. I couldn't figure out what that was, and I had some theories. Oh, yeah, no, it's a hand.
Oh, yeah. No, there's a dude in the top right with the mask, like Balthazar Gelt.
Yeah, exactly.
Hand over there.
All right, let's continue. Now that we've made a cooler curse.
Now that we have fixed your curse, you're welcome.
Yeah, it was so broken, idiot. God.
It was not that good.
It is serviceable, but it's not congruent with itself. Like, it is.
No.
It is weird.
Yeah. And with a little bit of tweaking, it can be fantastic.
Yeah, for sure.
Removing the curse can only be done by one who ventures within themselves. This is intended to be an adventure that sees the creature and any companions that...
And it's still, what we've suggested is still an adventure of trying to figure out, like, well, how to get rid of this thing. Like, because it is slowly going to... And, like, dude, weeks can pass fast or slow depending on how you want to run your game.
Yeah, I mean,
evident
as
by
is
our
evident. Game. Yeah,
so
we've
like
been playing for more than 2 years, and about a month has passed.
About a month has passed in game. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's great.
Good job fixing this guy's fix. Yeah.
You're welcome.
They wish to bring enter the cursed creature's soul. They will need to discover a way to do this, typically either a rare magic item or a powerful mage, and then defeat the blackness that now exists within the creature's soul. And the final level of severity, the most extreme curse, is the true curse.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so all the other curses weren't curses. This is the true curse.
Okay, so wait a minute. You're telling me that a curse that makes you want to kill people and condemn their souls to hell
is not
the worst kind?
That's so... Come on, man.
What the fuck?
Also, again, why use true? This is the real curse. This is the real curse. The curse. It's like
the curse.
Yeah. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Fucking
whatever.
Hell. Yeah. All right.
True curses are a rarity in the world. Only a tiny handful of them have ever appeared throughout the annals of history. These curses can only be created by beings of nearly incomprehensible might. In fact, the weakest such being that I've ever heard being capable of casting a true curse was an ancient lich. Notably, the lich cursed an entire continent in an effort to take their souls into his phylactery. It was a truly horrendous event that required incredibly powerful adventurers to put an end to it. Now that should give you an idea of the scope of what we are referring to with true curses. These are cataclysmic events when they appear, and
there's a calamity
heroes
for
make
you.
entire careers out of defeating them. The exact nature of a true curse varies from casting to casting, but they all share one common feature. The very existence of those affected by them is at risk when cast. As in the case of the lich noted above, the souls of everyone on the continent were the target of the curse. True curses are only intended to be used as a campaign-defining event, or possibly even the basis for an entire campaign. They should have wide-reaching implications for the world.
Which is a campaign-defining event.
Yeah, well,
like, what the fuck are you on about?
That's
Come
true.
on now.
Shit, he got me. I let that one slide. Fuck.
It should be a campaign-defining event, or something that you base an entire campaign around. It should be a vehicle that can get you from point A to point B, or a fucking from town to town.
Oh my god, how did I let that slip? I'm tired now. Okay.
Yeah, you're tired. No, you're good.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
No, thank you.
What the fuck, man?
True curse is what happened to Garibay. Oh.
Oh.
No.
So now, okay. There was, do you think you'll ever play Tales of Vesperia or no?
Vesperia? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. The future is not certain on that one.
That's fair. You've got like 3,000 games to play, and more will be coming. So yeah. So, and besides, I wanted you to play Tales of the Abyss, so this
right.
is fine.
That's
so
right.
there is a character in, there is a portion of the game toward the end of the game in Tales of Vesperia where there's a character who, there's this planet-destroying calamity that's coming, obviously, because it's anime. Mm-hmm. And they need to find a way to destroy it and, save the planet. And there is a big fucking, like, castle that's buried underground. And this guy uses magic, and he rips it up out of the ground and causes it to levitate in the sky, so that way he can do this thing without being interrupted. Mm-hmm. And basically what he does, he uses this enormous magic circle that's beneath the castle. So it's like hovering in the air. And basically what it is doing is it harvests life energy, because in the game world, life is an extremely pure form of mana.
Oh, okay.
So he intends to harvest the life of every living thing on the planet and use it to fire an enormous mana cannon at the thing and kill it.
Sick.
Which is pretty fucking badass.
Kill everybody. Hell yeah.
Yeah, obviously you wind up stopping him, and you have your own method to kill the big bad.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from a true curse.
Oh sure, yeah.
Which is like I don't like the name.
No.
But I like the concept.
Yeah, I get the scale. I get the scale that we're going for sure.
Yeah.
If I was going to use generic adjectives for these curse levels, I'd probably have gone with minor, lesser, and greater. Yeah, do it like potions. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. And then the biggest one is grand. It's a grand curse.
It's a grand curse.
It's so grand. Maybe not grand, but you know what I mean. What about a great worm dragon? Can they cast a true curse? Probably. I don't know.
Probably.
I was trying to figure out.
hell, great worms don't even exist anymore, right? Like in the rules, they
technically, yeah.
It goes ancient, and that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know that great worms were a thing in previous books. I do know that. Don't worry.
Yep.
And they're super fucking cool. You should use them. They're like dragons the size of mountain ranges. And they're like dragon ogre shagoths, actually.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. By the way, they suck on the tabletop, which is very sad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the dragon ogres, they're built up so much and they suck. It's very sad. Anyway, go
on. I was trying to figure out what should have been above advanced and expert did fit in this context, so I can't think of anything else. Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah. Grand piano curse. Yeah, that's it.
Every time you step out into the daylight, there's a piano fall at some point.
Yeah, you never know. If you do whatever triggers it, a grand piano falls on you. Yeah, there you go. Hey.
Yeah. God damn it.
Nice.
I thought I was being creative. I'm not. I'm not being creative. No, not at all.
Not be used in combat or by accidentally equipping a random magic item. The mechanics behind a true curse will be used as a part of the setting rather than something that affects the gameplay itself. Now, removing true curses is exceptional.
I think I would kind of like that. Like, let's go back to Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
Imagine you kill Sauron.
Sure.
You put on his fucking ring.
Yeah.
And that's a calamity level curse that you just activated somehow. It's probably very, 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 very slow.
Right.
But you probably did something there.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That would be really interesting. You've set something in motion. It's not going to just blow up the world.
No,
but putting that ring on might have just started corrupting the souls of all of humanity.
Right, yeah.
Like slowly. Humans specifically. That would be very cool. Imagine that. Like, there's this holy empire of people, like humans, and they go fight a war and they kill the big bad guy, and he's got like this super sword or something. I don't fucking know.
Sure.
The king takes his sword as a trophy. It's like, we did it. We fucked him. We fucked it up. We did the thing, and that's his speech. In front of all the people in his castle. We fucked it up. We did the thing. Victory.
Hell yeah.
And then, like, over the next, 700 years or something, it starts becoming like the Roman Empire, where they're, all fucked.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
and then you pick up
yep.
You pick up the story in, year 650.
Right, yeah.
And that's when your characters start out. That'd be cool.
You're revolutionary. Here we go. Yeah. No, totally. There's plenty of, it's a great idea, for sure. Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, you're good.
Challenging and involves at least an adventure or a series of adventures to accomplish. Okay, so you might be asking yourself, that's great, that's all wonderful, I love the severities thing, but when should I be giving these different levels of severities of curses to my—
This is actually something that I was wondering, because I need to know what levels you have come up with.
I've thought of.
Yeah.
Players, when it is appropriate in the game. What level should I give them at? So for hexes, I recommend giving them at tier 1, levels 1 to 4. Basic curses come into play at tier 2, levels—
So before 5, okay. So you're not able to cast it yourself of Dispel Curse or Remove Curse or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
So you do need to find a way to get somebody else to do it, even though that now—
Or it can go away on its own. Hexes
right, or it can get away on its own. But one of his examples was just casting Remove Curse. So again, the implication being that you have it in your part, but you don't. So okay,
maybe you've got a scroll. That's all I can think of.
Either way, it's just like it's not a feasible thing immediately.
Yeah,
which
it's not the
is
best.
what he was saying. So I don't know. It's just a little weird. That's all.
Yeah, no, it is.
5 through 10. Intermediate and advanced curses are tier 3.
You'll never see these. You'll never see. It doesn't go past 10, and you'll never see this.
Yeah, no, you would never see these.
3,
what a
levels
shame.
11 through 16. And then true curses are a tier 4 occurrence, levels 17 through 20. Remember, if you'd like to get a
So, if we're gonna base a whole campaign off of the last tier curses,
that's a good point.
I just like, is it the fact that we did we fail to stop it happening and we're at level 20, or are we what?
Or are we dealing with the effects now that we're at level 20?
Yeah, what? But I thought we were always dealing with the effects technically if it's like a defining moment.
Yeah,
so
like that's
I'm
a setting
confused.
thing. So yeah.
What do you mean by that, sir? That much I need clarification on, but we're out of time, so it's fine. Buy the book.
Yeah, buy the book.
Yeah.
Buy my book.
Buy my book.
Cursed Arcanum, which includes a step-by-step guide for how to create your own curses. You
Oh,
can
that's
leave a
the
deal on
book
their Patreon
cover.
at
Oh,
the link
okay.
below,
Yeah.
or pick it up
Like
on
in the
deal on their
background of
store.
the text. That he was
Yeah.
Or you can click right here to learn about 5 mistakes you're probably making with poison in D&D and what to do instead. And until next time, let's lay some big, fat, juicy curses on our players' wonderful characters.
No, but you... Oh, well, now you like them because you made new ones.
Yeah. God.
Oh, boy. That
Extreme...
took long time.
Yeah. Extremely not that good.
Yeah,
but
again...
Some, like, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 redeeming qualities, and a couple additional ones that we came up with on the fly.
It's not the worst one. It's definitely nowhere near the worst video I've ever seen. Nowhere near it.
No.
I think it's...
Now, granted, you got pissed during this video.
I did, I know, but it's not the worst video in the world. It's just that it hit me in such a way that it made me mad.
Yeah, it's true.
And, like... I have to assume that you're doing this for literal babs. Like, there's no... It's insulting to me to think that you would make this for adults.
Yeah.
Or anybody who's played the game before.
Yeah.
But I'm probably wrong in your target demographic for this, and even though I gave you concessions, it doesn't mean that I agree with your messaging. Like, having a grasp on the basics is fine, but we can go over the basics very quickly. And we also, by the way, need to make sure that we have a fucking firm grasp on our basics, because you don't. You don't know how the game works for curses. You have proven this. So, it's not good. Like, if you had done your research and if you had done your research, you wouldn't have made the video.
It's true.
But you made the book, so you had to make something as a companion piece to it. I get that, so you can promote it. Sure, it's a business strategy, I understand. But man, oh man, do your research. Because you could have still done that as, like, you could have been like, oh yeah, I made a thing for curses, like, and it's got a bunch of, this is how I would make curses, and I'm gonna do it like severity, because there's no severity table or anything in the DMG. Like, there's no talking about, you know, something that's very easy to do or something that's harder and all that kind of stuff. Like, you could have done this in a way that I would have gone, oh, that's fine. Like, there's nothing, like, I could have just been like, oh, that's like a neat little thing. Like, that's probably worth somebody's time, for sure. And even saying that, it's got some merit to it, the book. Like, that
Yeah.
much is at least, like, even if it's just taking those ideas and twisting them and making them into something better. Like, I just, man, oh man, you know, it's so weird for me to like look at this video and go, it's like there's some value to it. There is some value to it. But I would never recommend this video to anybody.
Yeah, no.
Unfortunately, it's got value, but I don't think anyone should watch it.
Yeah. It's especially since it's like there's nobody that we know that you would even need to recommend it to.
No.
Because
again,
everybody that we know that plays this game is just so much more cognizant of how this shit works.
Yeah, and even if they're
it's not
brand
that hard
new,
to figure it out.
Yeah, even if they're brand new, I think that if I ask them how they would do a curse, like after they have bare essential knowledge, I don't tell them about how curses work in D&D.
Yeah.
Bare essentials of how the game works. How would you do curses, right? That would be an interesting experiment, I think, of like talking to brand new people.
Yeah, and it's not even like, not mechanics. Like, tell me what you would want to do with a curse. Like, design a curse.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and come up with a few of them just see where you go, right?
Yeah, like come up with some of like differing like intensity levels, and you don't need to worry about like saving throws. Basically, just tell me what it does.
Exactly.
And then, if there's an upside or a downside, or you know,
like what, all this kind of stuff, and then it's like at the end, it'd be like, okay, we could do this. You know, like if they made anything, it'd be like, yeah, we could make this work for sure.
Yeah.
We can punch it up, we can smooth it out. You know, we can make it work in the system, and I think that we could do that with anybody, brand new, anybody.
Yeah,
just like I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, great show, guys. Thank you. I guess my requirement to write a comment on every episode qualifies as a true curse because the world will end if I don't. That's true, guys. Thank you. But I will say, I don't think I'm gonna read comments tonight. I'm gonna let them accumulate once more. Because I'm tired and I do have to like be able to function tomorrow so that I can get my water fixed. Because I need that, please. So tired of having to go to another place to get water and coming back and going and it's so annoying. So I need to function. But I will give you all the send off as usual for shouting out and shilling, because that is what happens at the end of these things usually. So hey, are you a person who enjoys the show that you just watched? Wow. At this point, you better be, because you're at the end. Have you, or maybe you aren't, but you hate watch. That's fine too. Hello. If you want to, you can support us for as little as $1 a month, either on Patreon or over on Ko-fi. Patreon has a fucking horrible fucking logo now, so I wouldn't be surprised if people don't want to use it. It's god awful. It sucks. It's a smudge. It's a fucking boomerang. It's more of a boomerang than Boomerang is now.
Yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous and stupid, okay? I don't care. Patreon, you're not paying me anything. You're just a service that I can use. And if I don't use you, I can go use fucking anything else, like Ko-fi or Subscribestar. So, like, guess what? I can criticize your fucking stupid logo design anytime. It's damn stupid, minimalist bullshit. Anyway, if you want to support us through Patreon or Ko-fi, there's links in the description that you can go and do it for as little as $1 a month. And these are our patrons, our table flipper patrons. Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, and Steely, all at tier 4. Big thanks to you. Slazer, they've turned your what was a fox now into a smudge. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about this. Because that was the generic, like, oh, you don't have a profile picture uploaded, you had a little fox or an animal of some sort, I think. And now it's just smudge. Sucks. Anyway, thank you. And then Neon Armok, Lux at tier 2. Thank you as well for your contribution every fucking time. It's crazy that you guys give us this money every month. Why? And then, of course, a thank you to our tier 1 flipper. Appreciate you. So, you can also go over to our website and get our custom dice through PayPal buying, and then I will send it to you personally. As long as you fill out your information correctly, it will get to you, because this has been proven. I've done it 14 times, I think. No, 13, because one of those sets was for me. So, I've done it a few times, so it will work. I still don't have the ability to make it so that a card is able to be used, so it's fucking banks don't usually let PO boxes be the thing they use for an address, so I might just have to use my own address. So don't dox me if you look up the account. Anyway, and then if you want to get our current logo or our old logo on whatever you want from TeePublic, this current one being the horror logo of 2023, it's all goopy and gross. On whatever you want, multiple colors, anything you desire in that kind of sense, for t-shirts and all that kind of stuff, like green or blue or red. You can go over there and buy it. It's available. It'll still be available for a long time, so go get it. TeePublic has some good quality stuff. And then last but not least, we go over to Humble Bundle, because we are partnered with Humble Bundle. Excuse me. Using the link, link in the description. You can buy whatever you want using that link through the Humble store, and it will support both us as well as Tabletop Alliance, who is also linked in the description, so that you can find out about their charity work that they do with tabletop games, as well as D&D and other stuff like that. At the moment, I don't think there's any. I don't know if there's any bundles that are specifically ttrpg bundles, but I will check. Oh, Vampire the Masquerade Month of Darkness. Hold up, is that? Oh, yo, there's some games and and the core rulebook and stuff is here. Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh, this is a lot of good stuff. Oh, I didn't even know. Hey, I was talking about Vampire in the beginning when no one else was here. Go get Vampire the Masquerade for how much is this? $40 for 24 items, and that's core rulebook as well as a bunch of supplements and such. Holy shit. This is great. Go get that.
Legit.
Yeah, it's really, really good. Oh my god. I need to get this.
Do you have? Oh, okay.
I mean, I only have. I have the core rulebook as well as the player's guide, which actually makes it so that a bunch of this is Hunter the Reckoning too. That's a different game. That's the core rulebook for that game as well. Whoa.
Nice.
This is okay. Anyway, I have the core rulebook and the player's guide, which makes it so that it actually has more powers and more options and more of the other, like, not the main clans. It has every clan that you can be.
Nice.
Yeah, and all of their powers and stuff that they're specialized in. I know there's one that's literally like shadow powers, and I looked at it and I was like, oh, Aiden.
Yeah, if I remember right, isn't there's a clan, I don't remember the name. There is a clan who is specifically one who works on like the darkness.
Yeah,
they're so good at that. They make vampires afraid of the dark. It's fucking awesome.
Yep. That is the one. They literally can use shadows, like physically use them.
I forget their name. It doesn't start with an S, like a Shandozel or something.
Maybe.
I don't remember.
It's been a hot minute, but yeah, it's good stuff. It's fucking great. If we ever play Vampire for real, I will tell you all to read both of those books, because those are the only two that you need to read. That's it. Everything else is like, oh, this is the Camarilla, and I'll be like, well, I can explain that to you. Anarchs, I can explain that to you. Sabbat, I can explain that to you. The other ones are just like settings. That's really kind of it. So I'm like, yeah. Oh, the Second Inquisition as well. Yeah, I can explain that to you. But yeah, so go get this. That's fucking awesome. I highly recommend it because I even like today I was like, fuck it, and I bought official Vampire the Masquerade D10s.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, they look so good. They have their successes, and then some of them are red, and the other ones are purple. So you have some that are hunger die, and the other ones are regular die. Oh, it makes me so happy. Anyway, that'll do it for us for tonight. That sentence made sense. The lore will block out the sun. Do it. Make me die, I guess. I'll just continue being a Viridi cultist for another week. I don't know if that will affect anything, but it's there. Hey, that's cool. Although Dark Pit's theme is also pretty good. I don't remember it, but I know that I listened to it in Smash. Especially the man on the internet version. I don't know that one. But cool. All right. So thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for watching in the future if you do. And like and subscribe, I guess. I don't know. Do people still say that? Probably.
I think so.
Okay.
But it's about 300. It's about 3 hours, and nobody's gonna hear that.
4 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
No one will. You're right. No one will hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yep.
We'll see you next week for the next spooky thing.
Yeah, or tomorrow for some.
Yes, tomorrow after.
Pictures.
Hopefully that doesn't take too long. But yes, for more taking absolutely lovely photos.
And I fixed my controller, so I will be able to rotate the camera viewfinder both left and right.
That's right.
I'll still fuck up the movement a bit though, because I'm still not fully used to it. But
it
should be okay.
Gotcha. Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.